All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have someone doing it? It's not written on here, so. Oh, I called the meeting to order without a quorum. Well, we obviously have a quorum, so let's go. Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Cordero.
So there's a group from Topsail Annandale. You should have a sheet. One of the kids.
Okay, we'll do this.
Okay, well, the group from Topsail Annandale, come up and do the pledge, please.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You all may be seated. Thank you. We're going to sing one other song. This is Yonder Come Day, comes to us from the Valley EG tradition.
Yonder come day, days are breaking. Yonder come day, oh my soul. Yonder come day, days are breaking. Sun is rising in my soul. Rise up, sing.
Mr. Chair, if it'd be suitable, would our teacher be glad to introduce who our students are that have taken the time to come out?
Yep, that
If
would be a
that's
good
okay,
idea.
sir?
Absolutely. This is a group of students from both Topsail Annandale and Topsail Middle, so it includes 4th and 5th graders. And this is our group for the All-County Choir. So the All-County Choir will consist of all 9 elementary schools, and this is just the Topsail Annandale section. And our final concert will be April the 26th at Heidi Trask High School. So we would love for you all to come and join us at that time. Thank you so much.
Let's give him another hand.
Thank you. All right, the invocation is next, and we have a visitor for that from Topsail High School, if he's here. Nathan, are you, this, okay. Come on up.
Dear Lord, I just want to thank you for this opportunity, God. I just want to thank you for everyone who's here, all of our board members, all of our teachers, all of our community members, God. Just thank you for allowing them to be here and come safely, God. I thank you that before our meeting starts, that we can just come to you humbly, God, and that we know that we give you all the praise, we give you all the glory, God. I just want to start by praying for a hand of wisdom over this meeting, God. I pray that you would just have godly wisdom in all of our board members and all of our community members, God, that you would remind them that you're the one in control, God, that you're the one that we give all the praise. So I just pray that there would be wisdom, that they would make decisions that impact our community in a positive way, God, that just impact our schools in a positive way. Lord, I pray for all of our board members once again. Just thank you for the time that they put into our community, God. I want to thank our teachers, God. I want to pray for them. They work so hard every single day, just pouring into our students, teaching them, encouraging them in everything they do, Lord. So I pray that you would give them just rest and that you would give them strength that they sometimes need, God. And also I want to pray for our students, Lord. I want to pray that any struggles or anxieties or troubles, God, that you would just release those and that they would no longer be present, God. I pray that you would make an impact in our community, God, that your love, your characteristics of love and grace and forgiveness, that would just completely revolutionize our communities, our teachers, our students, God. As our students love one another like you loved us, God, as our students forgive one another like you forgave us, God, as our students have a joy and a purpose that comes only from you, I pray that would just completely revolutionize our community, Lord, that our community would be about love, and joy and forgiveness and mercy and grace, God. So once again, I just ask for your hand of blessing and of wisdom over this meeting. I thank you for everyone here, and I ask that you bless this meeting and that you bless this day. Amen.
Thank you. All right, agenda approval. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I second the motion.
I want to make a motion to amend the agenda.
I'll rescind my motion.
All right.
And Mr. Springer?
Yeah, to,
What would so you've got a motion to amend it with what?
I need a second, right?
Well, it depends on what you're adding.
So I'd like to go over some long-term suspension program that Mount Calvary has provided to us, and also Airmark discussion for the board as far as Airmark goes.
So you would like these added under information, correct?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So if approved, 7.5 will be, what was the first one? Mount Calvary?
Yep.
All right, and 7.6 will be Airmark, if approved. All right, Mr. Springer has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a question before we
All
vote. Are the individuals that Mr. Springer is wanting to have present today with Airmark and Mount Calvary, are they available to speak before we vote to approve this agenda change?
I spoke to Airmark, and I'm not sure if any of those personnel stayed, but
Airmark is not available, but they have, I can respond to your questions.
so it's not only going to be my question. And I spoke with Airmark also, and advised them that they probably would need somebody here at the board meeting. And what I would say is we have other people here that are going to be asking questions as to why things are the way they are.
Well, they had other commitments, so they'd asked me to speak on their behalf.
That's fine. Yep.
All right, the motion is on the floor and it's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Unanimous, thank you. All right, recognitions. Bob, is that your,
Yes, sir. There's a good number of them tonight. So we'll start tonight's recognitions by, we're gonna bring up some teachers and the principal from Rocky Point Elementary School. So if Ms. April Perkins can come up, as well as Tiffany Hansley-Jones and Ms. Laura Black. You know, sometimes teachers have to think of creative ways to take care of things inside and outside of their classroom. These ladies have done just that with some grants they've achieved, so I'll let Ms. Perkins speak on their behalf.
They can speak too. Hi, everyone. So I have the pleasure of introducing and yet, I guess, sharing two wonderful accomplishments by two of my staff members. Miss Laura Black, my music teacher, was granted a $1,000 grant to purchase new instruments, stringed instruments specifically, for her classroom instruction, but also for her after-school orchestra club that she has started at our school. So it is growing greatly. And then Miss Hansley Jones is our 21st century after-school coordinator, and she has won a $2,000 grant for literacy through photography that she is doing with our students in our 21st century after-school club.
So we go from a pair of teachers who found some way to bring in money to some folks who actually manage money for the district. That's what we'll bring in our Chief Financial Officer, Lisa Nowlin, and she has some folks that she would like to recognize tonight.
Good afternoon. First thing I want to do is bring up Rebecca Marsh. So Rebecca has successfully completed NCASBO Business Management Director certification, which means that she spent a whole year going to Durham to complete classes, about 6 over 2 days. And we just want to congratulate her and thank you for all your hard work. And the other person that went to training was Kane Barris, and he is from North Topsail Elementary. He is not here today, neither is his principal, but we just want to recognize him for going to that training, that it's over multiple classes, and it prepares him for doing his job. So we want to recognize him as well. Thank you.
Stay up there, Lisa. Ms. Nowlin. We also want to recognize Ms. Nowlin. She too went through the NCASBO for a year, and the sign of a good leader is that you too go through the same professional development as those that work underneath you and around you. So I want to recognize Ms. Nowlin for also making that commitment to our school system, and so congratulations to you as well.
Okay, so we move from that. If I could have Pender High School Principal Nick Paquette come up. as well as students Madison Cullifer and Alina Rooks, and Ms. McGowan and Ms. Stokes. We've got some good news coming out of the state beta conference, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Paquette.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Chair, Board, Superintendent. Always nice to be here to celebrate some things. It is with pleasure I have the opportunity, and I'll start with adults first on this. We've been challenged to experience the excellence, and Pender High School is making good on that promise, and we're here tonight with just but a bit of representation from our National Beta Club. Our two co-sponsors of this club have been awarded the John W. Harris Educator of Excellence Awards. I had to force them to come here because their humility doesn't allow them to receive such a thing. They have gone above and beyond and received the National Beta School of Distinction status, received the National Beta School of Merit status. They've attended Leadership Summit, the state convention, and national conventions, and they've achieved the Service Project Tier Awards. The National Beta program has more than 8,500 different clubs and 20,000 sponsors. However, 68 clubs and only 179 of those sponsors have ever earned this award. It's my privilege to not only award them with this here publicly, but to turn it over to them so they can brag on the kids, which is I know where their hearts are. Ms. McGowan, Ms. Bevan Stokes, you are true assets to this district, to me as a principal, and to our kids at Pender High School. We got a fancy plaque for you when you win a national award like that. And I'm grateful to you and for you.
Lesser certificates as well.
And the lessers, that's fair. And as is only fitting, I'll let Ms. Stokes brag on the kids.
All right, so we just returned from our state beta convention competition at the end of January. We took the most students we've ever taken. We took 52 kids with us. We went, and I would say we conquered. So if students earn a plaque, then they earn a bid to the national convention to compete nationally. This year we are going to be in Savannah, Georgia. So we have two of those representatives here. So Madison Cullifer is a senior, finished second in agri-science for 12th grade. And Alina Rooks finished second place for biomedical for 9th grade. In addition to them, Grace Bordeaux finished first place in biomedical 12th grade. Caitlin Innings, third place biomedical 12th grade. Lexi Milam, fourth place social studies 9th grade. Jensen Bordeaux, fourth place biomedical 10th grade. Chloe Moore, Division I color photography, first place. Pasco Horton, Division I woodworking, third place. Recycled Art Division I, 5th place. Recycled Art Division II, 1st place. Accessory Design, 1st place. Club Trading Pen, 4th place. Campaign Skit, 4th place. Living Literature, 5th place. Ellie Williams in Solo Duo Trio Dance finished 4th place and earned a golden ticket to be a premier performer at Nationals. So she will be competing in the opening act with all other premier performers from around the nation. So we're really excited for that opportunity. In Leadership Summit, we also qualified in 3 other events: Lead Outside the Box, Collaboration Connection, and Service Learning Showcase. So we're taking 15 groups to nationals, so we are beyond excited about what our students are doing and the recognition they're getting and all of the hard work they're putting in.
All right, tough shoes to follow, but I think we've got just the guy to do it. We'll have Dominic Bates come up, who's the head of our Career Technical Education Program, and Siobhan Fargo also to come up, as Mr. Bates has a recognition to do today, for someone who's very committed to the community that they represent.
Ms. Fargo is being recognized for just being a connector and helping to accelerate our community. So Ms. Fargo was a catalyst piece for a major project in the Topsail area. So if you haven't heard about it, it's called the Community Garden Project. And they're also partnered with Share the Table, where they build this garden from ground zero to make produce to give to Share the Table, which is it's a pantry, right, for Hampstead. And it's all free food that they are producing. And so the way that she's connected is she has involved our CTE programs from our carpentry and woodworking classes, who built raised beds and signs and benches. And she also involved our FFA group, who they went out and they started the garden. And so, you know, all types of things have come from this one endeavor and her connection with the Kiwanis Club. They've donated us some money. They have offered paid internships to some of our students. And so, thank you for connecting our students. All right, now I'd like to call up Miss Miranda Wells. So Ms. Wells is an excellent educator. She's an even better person. But Ms. Wells, just to give you a little bit of, she's very consistent. And when I say excellent, she always earns 100% of her students' credentials in her class. Not only are they 100% credentialed, they are 100% proficient on their exams. All of her students. Ms. Wells is our health science PLC lead. Ms. Wells is a mentor to our beginning teachers. Ms. Wells is the CTE department head at Topsail High School. We have 19 teachers at Topsail High School. And so she leads us in many, many ways. Ms. Wells she represents Pender County Schools CTE in HOSA. She's taking students to international competitions. She is a representative on the regional and state leadership for HOSA. And so, Ms. Wells, I feel like I'm proposing. I need to ask you a question. Will you be our 2023-2024 school year CTE NCAT Teacher of the Year?
Just for the record, his wife's not here. All right, we've got one more, and this again will bring a lot of folks up to the stage. So, Ms. Wells, we'll go ahead and keep you up here because she's involved in this. She also plays a role in the Spot Festival. And so we have representatives from the Spot Festival here for a very good reason tonight. So if we can have the representatives from the Spot Festival come up as well. And then we need to have Dr. Breedlove come out, and then Topsail High School Principal Dr. Larry Obeda. South Topsail Elementary Principal Catherine Bates could not be here, so Dominique, if you want to come up, she said you would kind of represent her. I'm just the messenger, by the way. Surf City Elementary Principal Kelly Flynn could not be here. Topsail Annandale Elementary Principal Jessica Bellflower is here. And Topsail Middle Assistant Principal Joanna Boyles is here. So we have a lot of folks up here. There's a good reason why, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wells to start bringing this in a little bit.
That kind of caught me off guard. Thank you, Mr. Bates. It's a pleasure to be up here in front of you tonight. Thank you to the board for allowing us to do this. This is a true example of communities and schools. So the fellowship that I have on the Spot Festival board, I'm going to turn it over to them just a second. But Spot Festival is a community endeavor that goes on over in the Hampstead community. It's been in business for over 50 years, and it's strictly all for charitable donations. We've had a change in the board within the last several years, and things have really gotten pointed in the right direction. I am very pleased and very proud to be a part of that board. I hope that people will start to pay attention to just the endeavors that's going on over with the Spot Festival, and I am very pleased to be a part of the board. So I'm going to introduce those folks to you. This is Mr. Keith Ramsey. He is our board chair. Mr. Billy Sanders, who is our board chair, vice chair, sorry, thanks. He couldn't be with us tonight because he's also works on the Sheriff's Department. Miss Shannon Rinko, Miss Kelly Futrell, Siobhan Fargo, Matt Sellers. You know, we all work together to make sure that we plan the Spot Festival, and then we work together to bring those proceeds back to Pender County Schools. We used to share those proceeds with the fire departments over on that side of the county, but things changed whenever the fire department became a paid entity. So now all of the proceeds go back toward our schools. I serve as the volunteer coordinator, and whenever our school personnel and our student organizations work hours, I record those, and then the monies that we raise, we base what the profit goes toward those things. So, you know, with those of you who are in our schools on the Topsail Surf City side, we really need for our teachers to get back involved. You know, the Spot Festival had such a rough reputation for a really long time, and I'm a part of that board now, and I'm very proud of what we're doing, and I want that stigma to go away, and for all of us to know that we really are giving back like we're supposed to. So I'm going to turn that over to Keith.
So this year, we're giving back to the schools a check for $28,000. It's going to be divided between several clubs. And like she said, it's based on the volunteer hours that the students give. I want to thank the board for allowing them to participate in this, and the principals, your cooperation in this, and it really, we couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, thank you very much. I too have a certificate of recognition to you all as well. This is my first year attending the Spot Festival. I've heard about it, and I was able to go out, my wife and I, and what a wonderful day that we had on a Saturday, just going into all of the shops. Most importantly, seeing our students perform. It brought joy to our life, and certainly got out to be a part of the community, saw the amount of people that were out there supporting not just the Spot Festival, but as you can see, our Pender County Schools. So I want to thank you all very much for putting this on. Obviously, $28,000 is a lot of money, and we are so grateful to the Spot Festival and this ongoing annual tradition. So thank you all very much for all you do. Thank you.
So the number of hours is based on how much the teachers work, the students work. One of the things with this year, you know, elementary teachers are in overload, folks. We all are. And whenever we're asked to do a lot of extra, sometimes it's hard. So I had to beg my students to help bail me out this year. And I hope that giving back this much money, it will be realized that, you know, you come out and give a couple of hours is to the school's benefit. But had it not been for the students and how much money that they were able to earn, then we wouldn't be able to do this. You know, Topsail HOSA was the prime recipient of this money. 100% of their trip to state conference is paid for. I don't have to worry about that. I'm thankful. But I'd also like to see this money go to some of our elementary and middle school schools over there. So, you know, principals, I challenge you to get your staff involved so I don't have to beg my students, you know, to fill in where adults, you know, should be. You know, I have had to put students with adults to manage money and to make sure that accountability's there, but I need you, okay? So Topsail High School to the general fund, to CTE, $837.78. We'll give that to Dr. Abita. He'll turn it into the treasurer. National Technical Honor Society at Topsail, $1,144. The South Topsail Elementary, $407.57. That one will go to, Mr. Bates. Surf City Elementary, $437. Yeah. Surf City Middle School, $129.06. Topsail High School DECA, $1,594.05. Topsail High School FFA, $371.34. Topsail High School HOSA, $17,158.66. Topsail High School National Honor Society, $366.81. Topsail Women's Basketball, $1,401.58. Topsail Elementary School, $81.53. Topsail High School, the General Fund, $1,229.50. And then Topsail Middle School, $1,431.02. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
Can I have them all?
We'll try to all come together for one big group.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back row, shift this way. Keep going. Everybody do this. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Security. And Mr. Chair, that ends your recognition.
All right, moving on to public comments. We have none that have signed up in person. Bob, is anyone on the phone?
No, sir.
All right, none on the phone. Information agenda, number 7.1, RFP for legal counsel.
Board Chairman.
Board Chair and Board, I'd like to invite Farrington and Smith up to provide their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate the time that you've provided for us. And I don't think we've met any one of you before, so it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Carolyn Murkison. I'm a partner at Farrington Smith. I joined the partnership when I was in January of 2007, joined the firm in 2000. So I'm in my 24th year there, where throughout that whole time I've only worked with local boards of education, and I'm very, very proud of that. Beside me is one of my esteemed colleagues and friend and also partner, Neil Ramey, who I think can say the same thing. So thank you so much for being here. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm not going to belabor what you already see and what we've produced for you. We're pretty low key, so we don't have a presentation. We think our reputation stands for itself. Let me tell you a little bit about us. I do know that I don't think any of you were on the board back in 2015, but we have represented Pender County Schools in the past, and Ken Sue and Rod Malone, two of our partners, have very fond memories of working here. So Neil and I hope that we can sort of reignite our relationship with you tonight. They have only great things to say about what you're doing here. Let me take a few minutes to reintroduce you to Tharrington Smith. When I joined the firm in 2000, I was the 7th attorney in the section. We have been in education law for more than 40 years, representing local boards of education, and we currently have 21 attorneys who all we do is work with local boards. And I'm really, really proud, personally, of the practice that we've developed. I think that the excellence that we provide draws excellence. So we have attorneys that I think just can't compare anywhere else. And one of the wonderful things about our practice from our perspective is that it is a very broad practice. Education law touches on so many different areas of the law. So for attorneys, it's a really exciting thing to be able to devote your career to. From our perspective, we have experts in all of the different areas that are at your disposal. And so we can be extremely efficient with how we work with you all. So if you have an issue that's First Amendment, well, Neil Ramey is your guy. He trains lawyers across the state on First Amendment issues, right? We have people who train folks on how to handle Title IX investigations. If you're looking for construction, I know that you're a growing board, so I'm sure you've got, like all of our boards that we represent, schools that need to be replaced. You're going to need to talk about building new schools. Well, you're not going to find anybody with a greater depth of knowledge than Rod Malone. He's written the book in the state. So I think we bring to us this breadth of knowledge and depth of experience that you're just not going to find anywhere else. I don't like to shoot my own horn, but in special education, we've developed a special education practice which I think sets the standards across the state. And in terms of special education, I mean, there's lots of areas of risk for boards in terms of where you can get into sticky waters. But I think special ed is one of those areas where there really is the highest level of risk. There's nothing that we're more passionate about than our children. And it's a highly regulated area, so there's lots of missteps. And you're like every other board out there. You've got a lot of turnover, a lot of new people, constantly bringing in staff, and you've got lots of vacancies. So it kind of creates this perfect storm for special ed. So I think we're really well suited to meet those needs for you. I can go on and on about that. I think you can look at what we submitted for that, so I don't want to get into too much detail there about all of that. But I do want to say a little bit about what I think makes Tharrington Smith a special place and what I think makes it something that you all should think about, that we provide that the other folks that you're going to be talking to don't. We are dedicated to your mission, to the mission of public schools. 95, 98, 99% of our clients are local boards of education, and that's intentional. We don't serve charter schools. We don't serve private schools. That 99% is all public schools, not higher ed, not parents. And many of us, before we were lawyers, were public school teachers. One of us was a board member, in fact, a board chair. My children, I have 3 children, they're the products of public schools. Neil's children are the products of public schools. And we feel very, very blessed to be in a career where we feel like we are partners with people who have dedicated their lives to making sure that the public schools provide the very best educational opportunities for the children in North Carolina. And it's a really great place to be. And I think we can do it in a way where we provide you just excellent service. So with that in mind, rather than go through like what we like to do and what makes us special, I'm going to tell you a couple of ways that you may not realize, may not think about, how our devotion to public schools makes a difference and will make a difference when we work with you. One is that you all are elected officials, right? You live here in your community, and your community has put a lot of faith in you and trust in you to make decisions that's right for your children. I am not from this area, and I am not elected. The public doesn't want that from me, doesn't want that from us. We will not weigh in on your policy decisions. It's not our role. Our role is to listen to what you all bring to the table and what it is that you all want to accomplish, and then we provide you a path and let you know what the law provides and what the barriers may be or what the path may be. But we don't weigh in on policy things. That's not our role. And frankly, we don't want that to be our role, and we respect that as what you do. So that's one area. Another area where I think we are very different, or at least I should say, rather than compare, I do know, I've only worked at Tharrington Smith, so I can really only speak to Tharrington Smith, but I can tell you that we are incredibly dedicated and keep at the forefront of our model of how we provide service, that you all are public entities. You know, we know your coffers don't run deep, right? So when we make decisions about how we provide services, we keep that in mind. So let me give you a couple examples of how that works. Like I said, we've got 21 lawyers. There'll be one person who sits with the board. If you choose to work with us, that will largely be me. You'll see me sitting there with you. But there's 20 lawyers behind me. So depending on what the issue is, I'm going to connect you with the lawyers who can do that work as efficiently as possible, who are most familiar with those areas of law, who can get you the answer as quickly and as efficiently as possible, so it costs you the least amount of money, and that money you save can go towards your children, towards your schools, or towards your teachers, or what have you. We don't need that. Another way that we're efficient is how we, not only in how we and who we select to work on it, but how we staff it. If a matter can be done by one attorney, you're only going to hear from one attorney. We don't bring more to the table than what you need, right? And then the third way, and I think in which we are very efficient, is how we write ourselves out of work. We do a lot of building capacity at the administrative level, so that areas in which you may need support initially, we ultimately want staff to be more independent, so they call us less. It may not sound like a very good business model from our perspective, but it seems to make a lot of sense to us. And I can give you an example. Dr. Breedlove, I believe your settlement authority is $30,000, or your contract authority is $30,000. So in practice, that would mean that any contract over $30,000 comes to the board for approval and typically would be reviewed by a board attorney. That's a lot of contracts. And it can be a very inefficient way to do work. So what we do is we build capacity at the central office by developing templates of various types of contracts that they can utilize. So we help them know when to apply which template. The templates already have all of the protections that we feel keep your interests at heart. And the staff can then input the information specific to that contract, that vendor, that service provider, what have you. And then if the board attorney needs to review it, our review can be very minimal, saves you a lot of money. And that's just an example of how we try to work with you to keep your costs down. Because again, we want your money to go toward your mission, which is your children here in Pender County. And that is really probably all that I have to say. Neil, I'm sure there's a lot that I've missed. If there's anything you want to add.
I don't think so, unless there are questions. Really, I'm here in case we can answer your questions.
I just have a question for the chair. How much time does each presentation get, to be fair?
15 minutes is my understanding.
Okay.
But
I just want to make, thank you.
Yep, yep. And again, thank you for your time. We do hope we get to work with you some more in the future, and we appreciate your letting us come in and make our pitch. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Chair, at this time, we'll invite Richard Schwartz up to provide his presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Good evening. I'm Richard Schwartz, and I've known some of you for a long time, so it's good to be back in this room. I've spent many an evening, some really long evenings in this room in the past, and I have a long history with Pender County Schools. I was working with the Pender County Schools back in the 1980s when I was a partner at Tharrington Smith. It was Tharrington Smith and Hargrove back then. And to give you a little bit of history, in 1990, I formed my own firm called, at that time, Richard Schwartz and Associates. And when I formed that firm, it was with the intent to form a firm to do nothing but education law. And at the time, it was the only such firm in the southeastern United States. So you can see with the proliferation of expertise in education law firms and the growth in those kinds of things, how much the field has changed and grown over time. And I've had my own firm since 1990, beginning of 1991, and it's gone through various iterations, and now it's Schwartz Law. We're a firm that's young and growing. We have 6 attorneys, and we're looking to add some more. We're in the process of adding more, and will be very soon. I want to introduce a couple of my colleagues here. To my right is Alex Grosskirth, and to my left is Mackenzie Skeens, and they're going to speak a little bit and give you a little bit of an idea about what they do. We are passionate about education law, and that's all we do. And that's been the focus of the firm since I started it. I helped form the education law firm, education law practice at Tharrington, and grow it. And I was a partner there and left after 13 years. I've been doing education law for a long time now. It's in my blood. My dad was a teacher and a coach and a guidance counselor and a principal and a superintendent, assistant superintendent, and a superintendent, and so it was dinner table growing up. Our entire life growing up revolved around public schools and service to public schools, and that's inbred in the firm, and it's inbred in everything that we do. We do a lot of service, not just practicing law, but working with a lot of different organizations that are education focused. For example, I don't know if she's still here, if Ms. Wells is still here, but I was excited to see her be named the NCAT CTE Teacher of the Year for Pender County Schools. I'm particularly excited about that because for about the past 25 years or so, I've been the president of the Development Foundation for NCAT, the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching. And as a matter of fact, later this week, I'll be going up to Cullowhee and presiding over the award presentation for the NCAT Beginning Teacher of the Year. That's part of what we do, and it's part of our firm focus as well, is giving back through service in different organizations. I serve as vice chairman and have for many, many years of the North Carolina Council on the Holocaust. And we're very actively involved in a variety of different education organizations. I'm on the executive committee and the board of the Public School Forum of North Carolina as well. Education law is a people practice. Everything you do is people focused. You've got business, you've got a lot of regulation, you've got a lot of government, you've got a lot of budgeting, you've got a lot of finance, you've got accounting, you've got everything else, but it's all people focused. It's based on serving people and serving kids, and there's not a higher calling. We could probably make a lot more money doing some other kind of law than education law, and we recognize that, working for a public entity, hourly rates have got to stay low. And we try to deal with that as best we can. But it warms the heart at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day. We go into work every day knowing that something we're doing today is going to help kids. And that's a reward in and of itself. And it's one that we take to heart, and it drives everything we do. Education law is constantly changing. It is a dynamic field. I've been practicing for a long time now, and if you would have told me 5 years ago that I'm going to be dealing with shutting down schools, remote learning, COVID, culture wars at school board meetings, and all of the things that we deal with on a regular basis, I would have thought you were nuts and wondered, what are you talking about? I've been doing this for a long time. But it changes constantly. So we're always dealing with changes coming from Congress, from the General Assembly, from regulatory agencies, from DPI, from the State Board of Education, and various cases and case law interpretations. And that means we got to stay on top of all of that, and we do. And we share that knowledge with our clients. We share that knowledge through workshops. We share that knowledge through tutorials with school administrators and trainings with school administrators, sometimes large groups and sometimes not. And just to give you an idea of the breadth of school law and some of the trainings that we have, I wanted to throw up a little PowerPoint here. These are our team of attorneys right now. You've got Alex and Mackenzie right here behind me. These folks are at different places right now. One's at a board meeting, one's doing an investigation, and one's celebrating his birthday. So we didn't make him come with us. These are just some examples of workshop presentation highlights, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but I wanted to give you just some idea of the types of things that you've got here, and some of the topics dealing with, for example, book removals and reviews, and current and proposed Title IX requirements, which we've done for a bunch of different school systems. Title IX updates and changes that are coming, current Title IX requirements and how to address them. And that's changing. We're going to be having new regulations on top of what we have been calling the new regulations for the past few years that we've been trying to implement with Title IX. There are more changes coming. So we've been doing a lot of Title IX work. Mackenzie does a lot of our special education work. And this is one program on least restrictive environment. I'm going to interrupt this and ask Mackenzie to say a couple of words about our philosophy in dealing with special education.
Sure, thanks. So our philosophy is we try to stay student-focused and we serve the student. And there is so much process involved in this area that sometimes it's easy for a child to get lost in that process. So we help our clients navigate the process and any legal issues that may arise so that they can stay focused on the student, on serving the student.
So we've got one school system where they're focusing this year on training all of their administrators and their teachers, a lot of their special education teachers, on all of the rules and regulations and laws and requirements and how to deal effectively with them in the special education environment. So Mackenzie's been doing a monthly training session dealing with that. We got these are all different special ed presentations that she's made over the past several years, or that I've made in some cases. We also deal with board governance issues. We do training for boards and board members on board requirements, ethics training for board members, and so on. So these are some of the examples of the board workshops that we've been doing. Updates on what's going on in the General Assembly. So here's one, for example, on paid parental leave. This was a session that I did for the personnel administrators of North Carolina. And I speak at they have a conference every fall and every spring, and I've been their closer for their conference now for decades. I don't know how long. Dealing with, again, these are all changes from the General Assembly, running through these workshops, and I'm trying to just scroll through and give you some idea of the types of things that we've been doing training on for different school systems. So we've been doing these for a lot of different school systems. Some of them, here's one for Robeson County. This doesn't have a whole lot of application, a whole lot of places, but in Robeson County it matters. Family Medical Leave Act was one I did at the Personnel Administrators Conferences. Crowdfunding. So we've got a lot of different workshops that we've been doing. You can click through these and see just the incredible range of topics that are covered. And all is part of school law. So school law is a very, very broad field. It's very specialized in many ways. And it covers the waterfront in other ways. You've got everything from personnel law to construction law. You've got student rights. You've got constitutional law. It's just an incredible range of topics. School construction and bidding requirements. I'm going to turn this over to Alex for a second. He's been doing some presentations on that and deals with a lot of our construction. I know construction is really important for you. And with your growth, that's something that when I was your counsel, up until a couple of years ago, we dealt with an awful lot. and trying to get the funding for that. And congratulations on having the bond money to spend. But you're going to need more. And Alex, I want to ask you to speak a little bit about some of the work that you do.
Hi, I appreciate talking to you guys. We handle a lot of school construction issues. Just last night, we had a board pass design build contract that we'd worked on. I understand that you guys, your K-8 school that you're building now is going to be design build. So I know that's a big issue for you guys, and that's a relatively new ability for public entities to do in North Carolina. So growing those design build contracts is important. I see you have a group presenting to you tonight who I saw at a board meeting last month presenting for a CMAR project. So we handle construction issues. We've dealt with a lot of them, CMAR, classic architect contracts, contractor contracts. We see all of those. And I know Rich also worked with the AIA for a little bit, developing documents with them as well. So I'll turn it back to him.
Okay. These are, all matters that deal with constructions and contract and bidding. I want to talk about the workshops a little bit. Training is really important. We believe in training. We believe that an ounce of prevention's worth, pound of cure, and we really focus on that for our clients. I think it's extremely important to keep you out of trouble and avoid having to pay the big bill. There used to be an old commercial for a Fram oil filter, some of you may remember, where you can pay me now for the oil filter or pay me later, and he's replacing the engine. And that's what the workshops and training are about for school folks, in our estimation. Carolyn, when she was up here, and by the way, you've got 3 great law firms and 3 great proposals, and you can't mess it up. I've got nothing but the greatest respect for the other folks who are presenting to you tonight. I've worked with a bunch of folks in those firms for many, many years. We also provide template contracts for our folks and training on how to use the template contracts. We think that's important. But the other thing I want to mention to you is we're available 24/7. 24/7, 365, we never turn off. You can get us at any point in time, and we have, I can tell you stories about, driving out to, meet the undercover sheriff's department folks at 4 o'clock in the morning in Dare County, for example. Getting on the road at midnight to drive out there after getting a phone call at 11 o'clock for an emergency. So it's literally 24 hours if we need to. We'll be there for you. We're dedicated to this practice, we're dedicated to what we do, and we're dedicated to what you do. So it would be an honor to come back and work with you again, and appreciate the invitation to apply for this, and I believe my 15 minutes are now up. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and respond.
Who would be coming to the board meeting? The previous law firm, the presenter told us who would be coming. Would it be you, or would you have someone from your staff coming?
It would depend if we'd work with you on that. It would be me for, a lot of that. We have, some circumstances where it might be that that you've got an issue coming up that's, a big special ed issue or a big contract issue or a construction issue or something, and we might trade off on that. But we'd work with you and work with the chair on that, and work with Dr. Breedlove to make sure it was the right person that you needed. But we try and have one dedicated person coming to you. And, I'd like to be working with you folks too. So.
All right. Anyone else?
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
It's an honor to be here, and we appreciate you.
We'll have Pointer Sproul present next.
happy to be in front. I am not normally on this side of the podium, so please indulge me. I have the honor of Brandon McPherson. I get to serve as the board attorney currently for the Pender County Board of Education. That's an honor I take very seriously. To my right is my distinguished partner, Rachel Hitch. You'll find her very familiar as well. Ms. Hitch has been serving you for over a decade in the special ed matter. She's been here on multiple occasions. We're not going to belabor the point. We're not going to talk too much, but we do want to tell you why we think Pender School is the best option for you to continue working with. And so one of our mottos that we live by is large enough to serve you, small enough to know you. You guys know me. You all have my cell phone number. Every one of your administrators has my cell phone number. Frankly, they have Rachel's cell phone number. And so we do come from a bigger firm. There is advantages to that, and we think that it's, we're unlike anybody else who came before you tonight. We have a well-earned reputation for providing prompt, cost-effective legal services, period. Responsiveness is our hallmark. Call other clients, frankly, call yourselves, ask each other. One of the things we like to say is that we meet your needs the way you need them met. We know you. We have the opportunity to be a part of your community, help serve. We keep a working understanding of what's going on with you and your community, with your commissioners, and having a clear understanding of what you expect from us, because we need to be looking forward and anticipating, not sitting on the sidelines waiting for issues to come. Our strategy is to enable you guys to do everything you need to do to serve kids. We're here to support you. We're here to support your staff. Every firm here tonight has said the same thing. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think that's absolutely true for all three firms. I won't disagree. I will tell you that I personally have proven it. I know Rachel's proven it in recent history.
Yesterday.
That's exactly right. Yes. So I think that's not different, but I will tell you that the level of commitment that I have for you and your school district has not changed and will not change. The other thing I would say is the high-quality legal services we provide and the staff training we have by experienced lawyers like me and Rachel that happens, monthly for you guys in different areas, whether that's Title IX, special ed. We're here. We're already doing lots of wonderful things. The professional development that Dr. Breedlove takes advantage of on a regular basis, that he has us brought in to address. We do top-notch work for you. Want to continue doing that.
I just want to add too on that, some of that, so there's been some things that have been said that I would agree with completely in terms of, the importance of taking the opportunity to work yourself out of a job. I always say, anyone can make a mistake, but my job is to make sure that you don't make the same mistake twice. So I can come in and help you fix it, but, our firm is full, our education section is full of teachers or former teachers who still fill that role in a way. And so, for example, if I'm and I think you can ask your folks about this, they'll tell you this about me, but if we're in an IEP meeting, when the IEP meeting is over, my job is not over. I want to take a few minutes to give them feedback about that meeting. Hey, this is, when this comes up, this is how we handle this. I use that as a teaching opportunity, because my hope is that I don't find myself in that situation with you all again. So I want your folks we are educators as well as attorneys. So we take that opportunity to try to help people understand, why did we do this way? Why did I bring this up? Why did I take this approach in the meeting? I want them to understand how I'm looking at it and but in the cases. And I think that's your dollars better spent. You can pay me to come handle that one case, but I'd much rather you pay me to prevent the next 20 cases.
So here are the 11 attorneys that make up the Ed Law Group. That is 11 of the 90 attorneys that take up and represent Pender School. We have experts in intellectual property, business organizations, construction, trust, real property. If you have the need, we have lawyers to work with you on it, and you get it at the same hourly rate that you get our time. These are people whose hourly rates are insane. I'll just be honest with you. I've got some partners who have the privilege of working for really high rates, but they work for us and for you. And when I say us, I mean the collective us here. For the same rate and a reasonable rate to meet your needs, because that's what we're here to do. I think that the Pender County Board of Education has had the opportunity to take advantage of that in more than one occasion. We've engaged with real estate portions. We have municipal lawyers who've looked over documents. We've had construction lawyers assist with the preparation of documents and RFQs and RFPs. And so these things are already at your disposal, and we're already using them for your benefit. You're not going to see it, you're not going to hear about it, because frankly, I'm the guy who's sitting in the chair every month. But those folks are already touching you and providing you with that service, and it's huge, and it's a huge benefit to you.
And it goes to the point that you've heard of about efficiency. You know, who's the best person to get the job done quickly to try to save money, but get you the best product that we can get you. I want to point out, too, that one of the important things, this is one of my favorite things, I'm passionate about education law as well. I've practiced on behalf of school boards defending school boards for 22 years. I love it. I wake up every day thrilled. I've never once laid my head down at night and felt bad about my clients. And so I feel like that is a major blessing that I get in the profession that I'm in. And your folks work so hard that that's what drives me to be working at 10, 11, midnight, 6 a.m. is I just know there's teachers out there that are worrying about their kids. I know there are principals out there that are worrying about their staffs. And so that's highly motivating for me. And I always love to brag on your teams. You have phenomenal teams. You have great folks in place here and great human resources that we want to help you develop. But this is an opportunity for us to brag a little bit on our team. And I won't be able to go through everybody. But in this job, one of the things that I love about it is you get to form relationships. So, I've worked for some of these school systems. I've worked for your school system for a long time. I know about people's kids. I know, you just form relationships. And it's not the same as writing a will for somebody and then you don't see them again until some tragedy occurs. So we really enjoy that. And we have a lot of relationships, not just with our boards, but, Katie Cornetto was the attorney for the State Board of Education for a very long time. Laura Crumpler worked in the AG's office. Eddie Spees has practiced in education law at some way or another for probably 50 years. Dr. Amy Clay got her doctorate in school psychology before she decided to become a lawyer. Rebecca, Rachel Pender, they're all former teachers. So, we want to match your team. We think you have an excellent team, and we want you to recognize that we've put together an excellent team to serve you as well.
Absolutely. And so there are lots of areas of education law. We could stand up here all night. You guys know the stuff you're dealing with year in, year out. You know the stuff that you're met with in closed session on a regular basis. You know the emails you're getting. We're your partners. We're in the foxhole with you. We're here to help make sure that you have the best representation possible, day in and day out. And that's what we do. That's what I got.
We consider it very much an honor and a privilege to get to work for you. We know that you have other options, and we know that you chose us to do this job, and we're grateful for the time that we've had with you already, and we really look forward to additional time to work with you and your administration and all the way down to your teachers. If you guys have any questions, I would love to answer them, and Brandon too. There's not much we're going to say. If our work doesn't stand for itself, it's kind of how I look coming in when we already are working with you guys. We have worked for you. You know what you're getting with us. If you have any questions or anything that we can help with, just let us know.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions before they go? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first read of policy 1510, 4200, and 7270. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. This pretty much brings the policy that we have to reflect practice that we are performing on a daily basis. This adds the Say Something app or anonymous reporting system into the policy in two sections. One section is deals with training for students and staff, and the other section deals with the students that are using this platform in middle and high. I'm happy to take any questions that you guys have, but like I said, it's first read, and happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I'll be fine to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the audit.
Good afternoon again, Board Chair, Board members. I want to present to you Andy Deal, and we have provided all the financial reports on your desk. If you didn't get one, let me know. Pull up the information. And here's Andy Deal. He's with Anderson, Smith & White. Thank you.
Good evening. Hope everyone's doing well. My name is Andy Deal. I'm a partner with the accounting firm Anderson, Smith & White. We're the auditors for Pender County Schools. I'm here tonight to give a summary of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. We'll start tonight on page 1. Okay, on page 1 here, we have our first of 4 audit reports. This audit report is on the financial statements and if they're in accordance with GAAP or generally accepted accounting principles. The other 3 audit reports deal with compliance, like compliance with federal and state grants, and we'll go over those at the, later in the presentation. But here on page 1, again, this is our report on the financial statements and if they're in accordance with GAAP or generally accepted accounting principles. We're pleased to report this is an unmodified report. You could also call an unmodified report a clean report. It's the highest level of assurance we can give on a set of financial statements. The reason it's referred to as unmodified, that means we didn't note anything during our audit that would cause us to modify our audit report. So that's why it's referred to as an unmodified report. Next, we'll flip over to page 13. Perfect. Okay. Here on page 13, we have probably the most important page in this financial statement. This and the next page we'll go over, page 13 and page 15, are probably the 2 most important pages in the financial statements. This is the balance sheet for your governmental funds. So this is going to be every fund at the school district except for your child nutrition fund and your child care fund. The child nutrition fund and the child care fund have different accounting rules that are more similar to a for-profit business. Therefore, their financial statements are found at a different part of this report. But on this page here, this is going to give you a snapshot of the financial condition of the school district as of June 30th, 2023. So keep in mind, everything you see on this page is as of June 30th, 2023. So this is going to show you how much cash you have on June 30th. It's going to show you what your accounts payable balance is, and most importantly, it's going to show you what your fund balance is. One number I'd like to point out is if you look at the first column, that's the general fund. The second number from the bottom, that is going to be your total fund balance in the general fund, and we're showing about $8.8 million in fund balance in the general fund. For a school district this size, that is a strong amount of fund balance. You know, I personally work on 2 districts that are about 15,000 ADM. You guys are about 10,000, and you have more in fund balance than they do. So, I mean, you guys are in great shape financially compared to the rest of the school districts, especially your size. If you'll flip over to page 15. On page 15, this is the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for your governmental funds. So again, this is going to be every fund at the school district except for your child nutrition fund and your child care fund. This page here is going to give you all the revenues for the funds and all the expenditures at a pretty detailed level for each of your governmental funds. One number I'd like to point out, if you look at the first column again, that's your general fund. For the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023, if you look at the third number from the bottom, we've got a $1.9 million increase in fund balance for the general fund. So strong performance financially for the general fund. What we saw across the state is a lot of larger districts added to fund balance. Smaller districts are losing fund balance. It just seems to be mainly due to larger allotments, economies of scale. Bigger districts, it's easier for them to maintain and grow fund balance. Smaller districts are really struggling to maintain and grow fund balance. So the fact that we added 1.9 million to fund balance, that's a great sign for the school district. Next, we'll go to page 23. And I mentioned earlier, the school nutrition fund and the child care fund have different accounting rules. Their accounting rules are more similar to a for-profit company. Due to this, they are required to carry liabilities on their financial statements for the state pension plan and the state retirement health plan. Those are huge liabilities that are calculated by an actuary. And being honest, what that does when you add them to the financial statements, it really muddies the water when you're trying to determine, okay, how well did the program do financially? One thing I like to look at is the change in cash. If the program made cash, obviously that's good. If they lost cash, that's bad. Here on page 23, we have the statement of cash flow for the school food service fund and the child care fund. One number I want to highlight, if you look at the first column here, your net change in cash and cash equivalents for your school food service fund, we lost about $24,000 in cash, and our ending cash is $4.3 million. So on about $4.3 million, we lost $24,000, so pretty much broke even. That is a great number for the school district. I don't think I maybe had one school district that I work on that made cash in fiscal year 23. Basically what we saw during COVID, your USDA revenues were higher because you had a larger USDA reimbursement rate with COVID rules. And then when the COVID rules went away in fiscal year 23, so your revenues went down, and then you had state mandated wage increases and also rising food costs, so it pushed your cost up. So what that did to most programs across the state is they really bled cash. So the fact that y'all are only, lost $24,000, that is great news for the school district. Most of my school districts, really lost a lot of cash for fiscal year 23. And then ending cash of $4.3 million for your child nutrition fund, that's a strong number there. And I would say, in better financial condition than, if not all of my clients, definitely most of my clients. Next, we'll talk about the compliance report, and that's going to start on page 61. Okay, on page 61 here, we have the first of 3 audit reports that relate to compliance. This first one here is our report on internal control over compliance and internal control over financial reporting. We did have 2 findings here, one related to being over budget and one related to a prior period adjustment that we had to record. Other than those 2 findings, we didn't have any other internal control findings or financial reporting findings during the audit. And we'll talk about the 2 findings in more detail later and go over the pages where the findings are actually shown. If you flip over 2 more pages to page 63, this is our audit report on the district's compliance with the major federal programs. This is an unmodified report or a clean report. So we had no findings and an unmodified report for our major federal programs, and giving the increase in federal funding, that's great news for the school district. If we flip over 3 more pages to page 66, this is the final audit report in the financial statements, and this is our report on the district's compliance with the major state programs. And again, this is an unmodified report with no findings. So for our federal and state programs, we had no audit findings and an unmodified or clean report. Next, we'll flip to page 71. We did have 2 internal control findings that I mentioned, and we'll go over those in more detail here. On page 71, this is our finding for a prior period adjustment. Basically, in the June 30th, 2022 financial statements, inventory was reported incorrectly, and also expenditures in the child nutrition fund were reported incorrectly. So we had to make a prior period adjustment to adjust those balances. That way, fiscal year 2023 amounts are correct. But basically, we just had errors in amounts reported for inventory and in expenditures for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. If you flip over one more page, page 72, we have a finding here for anytime you're over budget at a school district due to state law, we have to show that as a finding. If it's more than significant dollars, we have to show that as a finding. And for fiscal year 23, the school district was over budget in the general fund and the federal grants fund. We see this from time to time at school districts. Budgets are goals, and sometimes, the budget amounts are exceeded. So it's not unusual to have a finding for being over budget. So it is something that we do see from time to time. So that's all I have to go over specifically tonight. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask them.
All right, anyone have any questions? All right, thank you very much. Design and build team presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This evening, we have the honor of having our design build team, the Bordeaux-Mosley Group, to provide a presentation regarding the current progress and design phase of our new K-8 school. I would like to take this time to introduce Mr. Ben Warren from Bordeaux Construction and Miss Ashley Dennis from Mosley Architects, and they can introduce the rest of their team.
All right, great to see everybody again. We also have with us John Witcher, our Director of Pre-Construction here at Bordeaux, Spencer Meekins with Withers Ravenel, they're our civil engineer, as well as John Blasco. It's great to see everybody again. Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, Board. And Dr. Breedlove, great to see you as well. Thanks also to the public. We're looking forward to kind of presenting an update of where we are exactly with your new school. So we'll take you through design. Ashley's going to walk you through kind of where we are on a conceptual level. We are at schematic documents, so that's 30% complete. The packet was sent out previously, so I believe Ashley's going to stay at a high level, but we can get into any amount of detail that we have determined thus far. After that, we'll walk you through the schedule, where we've come over the last 6 months and where we're going. Highlights of the budget and next steps associated with that. Then we'll open up for Q&A, but we do want to encourage you, if at any time you have any questions, go ahead and stop us and we'll dive right in. So with that said, Ashley, you want to take them through it?
Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Breedlove, thank you again for letting us do this. This has been a process. We've had a lot of meetings. Many of you have been able to participate in some of those workshops. So what you see here, and again, like Ben mentioned, this is the schematic design level. So we have continued to refine things because schematic design showed up to you guys a few weeks ago and to the school district prior to that. And so anything you see, we're continuing to refine this, but this is the site plan. And if you do have questions, John or Spencer can also answer any of those. But this kind of just shows you the circulation. A lot of this stuff has adjusted on site just because of the fact that we continue to have further meetings. And so a lot of the parking has changed as we have more understanding of what the local and state requirements are going to be, but the general layout is still pretty similar on site. We have our entry coming in off of 210, circulating down off the page because we do have a lot of queuing because we have a lot of students. So keeping all of the cars off of the main road, and then coming in, we're still talking through all of the many different options we have related to how drop-off and pickup can work, because we do have a lot of flexibility on the site. But you can see the large clustering of parking kind of at the front of the school there. And I'll walk through kind of the site plan and help you understand some of the internal circulation. But that larger node there in the middle is kind of the main entry point to the school. And I don't know if there's a laser on here, but let's just, oh, no, let's not push that.
There's a laser.
I see it now. All right, so this area here is the main entry point into the school. So as you come around, one of the options for drop-off is right near the front of the school. We also have some circulation points around the building here as well. This will be an entry point for cars, for car drop-off, and then the exit point will be on the second curb cut on the main road. Our buses will come in here and circulate around. This lot has adjusted a little bit too, but we do still have the bus on this back portion of the site, and main entry for the bus riders coming in kind of, again, in that main kind of central area. And then all of our fields on the back side of the site with our baseball, softball, dual field, and then multi-purpose football field as well, with associated parking with that. So these are just some basic renderings as we move through schematic design to kind of start showing the massing of the building as it sits on the site. Obviously, there's a lot of tree coverage on this site, so as we move forward, we'll start showing more of that on how it will be situated with that as well. But you can just see the classroom wings associated, and I'll kind of walk you through that, but get into it a little bit more on the floor plan. But this is that main entry area, so a lot of our common spaces in that central point. Our middle school is here to the left-hand side of this, on the northern part of the site, and then our elementary school classroom wings are on this southern portion. You can see that kind of athletic bus area back here on this portion of the site, that drive coming in, and this kind of serves as that bus entry into the school. Just another image just looking directly onto that front. You can see those larger spaces. This is a two-story school, so these two-story classroom wings here on the elementary school side, and the same with the middle school side, to try to keep the floor plan as compact as possible with the square footage that we have on this site. And then that's just looking directly onto the front of the school, just to give you a sense of that two-story space and that front entry right there. And we do have this, being a K-8, we do have kind of two separate entry points, the elementary school main entry and the middle school main entry, kind of flanking that larger mass, which is the middle school gymnasium. So to move into the floor plan, I mentioned those two front doors. So this is that middle school front door and the elementary school front door. This is the middle school gymnasium, just to give you a orientation from that image we just saw. So real briefly, just to talk on kind of high level, we've got our middle school administration on this left north side here, connecting with some of our elective classrooms here, and then our really designated classroom wings. And you'll see a lot of duplication on the first and second floor to keep some efficiency and compact floor plan layout for these classroom wings. We've got our science rooms clustered in between our three general classroom spaces to allow the middle school teachers to work as teams, and then our core spaces in the middle there with extended learning area, teacher spaces. This layout does allow for good lockdowns and emergency response to classroom wings. That is a lot of the reason that this option and this layout was chosen, was on having some early conversations with first responders on just how the building would function in those regards. Elementary school side, our administration is on this side. The art and music spaces here, along with those classroom wings. So we have our younger learners on the lower levels, kindergarten through second grade, third and fourth and fifth on the upper. Media center, the younger elementary school gymnasium, multipurpose room here. So there's an association to those play fields. And then these are our dining spaces. So those larger spaces, we're still working through a lot of the details, but thoughts of having the operable wall there, so we'd have another larger space there to be utilized, but really not a lot of connection between the two schools, really keeping the middle school and elementary school functionalities separate. The only real shared space is the kitchen and receiving area. Those will be shared between the two schools. Upper level, again, just the two-story space for the elementary school, so having that stacked classroom space for the older elementary school students. And then you can see this core space is really those taller spaces, so not having anything on top of those spaces. And then on the upper floor of the middle school, the media center, some more elective spaces, and then this two-story classroom wing here. So allowing our 6th, 7th, and 8th grades to really have their own houses within the middle school layout. And then we'll continue to work. Many schools like to have their 6th grade upstairs, some like to have their 8th grade upstairs. So these are the conversations we'll continue to have as we move through design. So.
Thanks. Yes, so on to schedule. We are planning on 3 phases. Ideally, they will be driven by permits. Phase 1 would be having the ability to come in and pre-clear the site before we have our figures in on our turnkey site. But again, that's going to be driven by permits and what we're allowed to do. So that would be really coming in and clearing out the site for the building pad and parking areas to work in preparation for what we're calling phase 2, which is the turnkey site development. So these will be getting the full site numbers in on an early bid package. One of the main reasons we have to do that, as we've discussed previously, we have preloading or surcharging of the building pad that's necessary in order to avoid deep foundations. So that's going to require basically going to an early GMP to bring our site work developer on board. We're having to bring all the fill in and pretty much all the fill that is required to bring the site up out of the wetlands. So we have designated wetlands throughout the site. To build on it, we're going to have to bring in earth to get the site up out of and away from the water table. So, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, we're bringing this fill in. We're able to preload the building pad, and we'll have a monitoring period of up to 4 months is what has been determined by S&ME, who is our geotechnical engineer, to get the site to settle under that forced load and give us the ability to start construction in September when our documents and the rest of the permits and everything will be ready for us to start. So that's the area of the preloading, and if there are any questions on the surcharge, we'll be happy to talk about that a little more, but this image here kind of gives you an idea of how much fill we're having to add to the pad to force settlement. And this is just a graph showing the time versus the load that you apply. So obviously you don't want to overbuild it. We want to make sure we're bringing the proper amount of fill into the site and not taking any away. So really this all fits in within the estimate. The only thing that's extra with regard to treating the soils is handling the material twice. Phase 3, of course, is when we're able to bring the rest of the subcontractors on board, which we're targeting in September. We've got a GMP presentation for your board meeting in September, and hopefully getting to work with the rest of the trades right immediately following that. On to budget. So we've put 3 groups of numbers here together with dates. First being August 25th of last year, and that's before the site was actually purchased. We went through an exercise of purely square footage. We didn't really know much program other than how many students we were going to have. The site was not set in stone, and basically taking historical figures from recent similar projects, this is what we came up with, just to make everyone aware that there was a potential of budget shortfall. After the land was purchased and we went through the preliminary geotechnical investigation, and determined that we were in fact going to have to do some kind of treatment, whether it was deep foundations or otherwise, to the building pad, we revised that estimate just to allow for additional cost for those measures. And then most recently, with the schematic design, so this is, again, a 30% document package, we've come back trying to identify what our pure construction costs are, and also, what the overall project development costs are, making sure we're talking apples to apples. What is the overall number, including soft costs, versus what we're anticipating? So the long and short of it, we have an obvious budget delta between the bond funds for the project, and so we want to make everyone aware of kind of what we're seeing, and ultimately determine where we go from here, what our options are to deal with the shortfall, and that's what we're here to present. Next steps that we will be starting immediately is our value management process. So the design team is moving into the design development phase. So around April is when they will be targeting the 60% set of documents. Between now and then, the construction team is going to be going through the value management process, identifying, what, if anything, is extra. How can we put as many numbers, as many options on the table in front of the team to make decisions on wants versus needs, what can be sacrificed to get closer to that budget, what absolutely cannot be sacrificed. Those are the exercises we're going to be going through here, so we can present options to get the figures down. And ultimately, that needs to happen before we get to DD, because once we have those documents in hand, it's going to derail the schedule to have to try to go backwards. So we've got a tall order to take care of now, and the most important thing I think we need to do is identify what, if we're really held down to the budget where we are, if there are no additional funds slated to put into the project, what alternates could we carve out of the project? So on bid day, it would give us the option to maybe scale back areas of the building to work it closer to the budget we have.
No, I think that's, the biggest thing, just we're really aware where the numbers are. I mean, I don't think anybody can put that aside, and we know that the value engineering process is a process that we go through. I'm sure you've probably heard about it on other projects. At this stage in the process, though, it is not where we're looking at real drastic things related to the value engineering. It's a process that goes through from schematic to design development. As we hone the design, it helps Bordeaux begin to hone the numbers, and we draw a lot of a teamwork approach to that to make sure that we're making good decisions for constructability. Ben mentioned add alternates. That is another thing that is a good way to work through any budget shortfalls or overages, where we would come and make recommendations of alternates that we thought would be ways to get the project within the budget as set, and then that would be something on bid day that staff and you as a board could make decisions on what would be accepted back into the project. So whether that be, on other projects, we've done things like ball fields or generators or things like that. So you think about larger items that could be easily accepted back into the project. So those are things that, as we move through, we would bring back recommendations for those.
All right, thank you very much. Is that it? Questions, anyone?
Just a couple. So I noticed, so your notice to proceed date you have estimated here is September 10th. Do you have a completion date? I didn't see one in here, so I just wanted to see if you could speak to that. And if you don't have one, that's fine.
Opening date is August of 26 is the target. So we will be looking to complete ideally 60 days before that.
Okay. Thank you.
So
that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
thank you all.
And 7.5, Mount Calvary. I think this has to do with, Mr. Springer, can you speak to it, or?
Yeah, so I had a meeting with Dr. Tate, and he presented me with an opportunity to provide our school system with a long and short-term alternate plan, and I didn't know, maybe Mr. Taylor or Dr. Brelow, you can give us an idea of where we're at, with this agreement. I know you're probably not prepared for that, but
Sure, I'm glad to speak to it.
Yep, go ahead.
We have, we've been preliminarily planning an alternative to suspension program with Mount Calvary. We're currently working on an MOU with them. I think it'll be a win-win for everybody involved, honestly. Just a matter of time before we can get this up and running. Essentially, what it would do would be provide additional support for short-term suspensions in the short term, so that students aren't sitting at home if they have committed a violation of board policy or code of ethics, or not code of ethics, code of conduct, so that they can continue to receive instruction virtually through Mount Calvary. That's kind of the overarching plan. There are some plans down the road. We've talked about expanding that to include some other options as well. But to get it up and running, that would be our first step.
It's only a thought right now. Obviously, we've got a lot of pieces that we have to put together. We should always be working towards putting programs in place that support students overall, and finding that partner, being able to do this where a student may spend up to 1 day, 5 days, even up to 10 days with a high-quality group where parents know where they are, getting the support that they need, understanding what may have caused the incident so it's not repeated again, and then ultimately looking at what can we do to maybe give a second chance to a student if they complete the program. That's ultimately where we want to go with it. Think that we are certainly in the brainstorming area right now. We don't have anything written in place, but we are moving forward with seeing what this can do for Pender County Schools. And once we have more of that information, we'll be glad to bring it back to the board to kind of really spell it out, what this would look like for our system. Anybody have any additional questions?
I only had a comment, and I was going to say, if we get to the point where we do have an MOU, it would be nice to have Mount Calvary come in and actually give a full presentation. But,
Yes, ma'am.
so what kind of barriers do we have right now that's impeding the process?
There are no barriers per se.
Okay.
There's nothing that's impeding it other than making sure we get off on the right foot with this. Like Dr. Breedlove said, it's in the conversation stage at this point, planning things out. We haven't got, there's things about lunches, how do we provide lunches? How do we provide transportation? Those things, those minute details that we have to work out before we can roll this thing out.
Okay.
So we're working on things like that with them. And it's obviously a partnership.
Right.
That's being cultivated.
Okay. All right. Do we have any plans or intentions to get meetings set up thus far?
Currently, we currently have met a couple of times with them, and they have to obviously get certain elements in place before we can move forward. When a student is suspended, for example, a lot happens very quickly, and how would that parent contact Mount Calvary? Are they providing transportation? Is the parent going to provide transportation to and from the facilities? So we have to work all of those little minute details out so that it is a seamless process. We don't want it, to be unsuccessful. We
Okay.
want to be successful when we come to the board and try to launch this.
All right. Thanks, sir.
No problem.
All right, 7.6 is Airmark. Mr. Springer, I think you had some questions for.
Yep. So, the board members and I have all received messages in regards to Aramark not providing a certain amount of food in the morning specifically. I don't know what the reason is other than a USDA regulation, but clearly, the way I understand it is it's not been put out to students during the breakfast line or any other line that they can get more food. Do you know anything about that?
Well, first of all, I want to make sure that everybody understands that they are not changing how much food the child gets. In our system, we are set up federally funded, and the program requires us to, we chose offer versus serve. So that means we give our students choices within the amount of choices that they have. So like say, let's just say French toast sticks. I think that was one of them that was brought up. So a child can get 2 grains. So we need to let the child choose which 2 grains to get. 1 French toast stick is 1 grain. So if we automatically give them 2 French toast sticks, we are breaking the rules by not giving them the chance to choose by the way our program is set up, so that they can get a French toast stick, a Pop-Tart, or whatever that qualifies for that grain. So it's a very elaborate meal setup in the way that USDA makes us take meal grains or salts or vegetables. So, I mean, it's ultimately that we are required, and we are correcting something that they had not been doing previously correct. We took the choice away from students, and we are an offer versus serve district. So we have to allow that kid to make that choice.
Okay, so you said they're allowed 2 grains, and you're in violation if you serve them 2 French toast sticks. Is that what? Right?
No, we're not in violation. We're in violation when we take the choice from them and automatically hand them a plate with 2 French toast sticks on it. And that was what was happening in the past.
Are they calling French toast stick, one individual toast stick, an option?
Yes.
So you get 2 options of grains, and they're not counting it as one grain, right?
1 French toast stick is 1 grain. And then the other option was you could pick a Pop-Tart. You could pick 2 French toast sticks if they choose to do so. But the difference is prior to this being recognized, we were taking the choice away from the child and making choices on what they wanted on their plate for breakfast. And with the federal mandates, we're not allowed to do that.
But if they ask for more, they can get more.
Yes. As long as it's within what the requirement is for their plate.
But, so if they ask for more French toast sticks, now they got 4 grains if they get 4 French toast sticks.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, I'd like for you to come up if you wouldn't mind. I invited Ms. Thompson from Burgall Middle School. I'm sorry, Burgall CF Pope. Her and I had a discussion when I went and ate lunch with my daughter, and she's going to share, if you could or wouldn't mind sharing, what's going on in the reality of the real world.
Gotcha. Thank you. The first thing that I noticed is I have breakfast duty every day, and the kids are coming up and they're like, I'm hungry. And I mean, and I get there's like the guidelines, but 2 French toast sticks and an orange really isn't going to fill anyone up. And if they can get more, that's good to know, but the kids don't know that, and we didn't know that. And then I don't know, because I know they're always like counting how many are for pre-K, so they're limited on what they even have. So getting more usually isn't an option that I've ever heard.
So, Ms. Thompson, thank you for coming, but I would further ask you that if you could elaborate, what kind of additional snacks can they purchase? When I was there was hardly any there to purchase, right? I might have been onesie or twosie, but you wasn't gonna get very many to pick and choose from. Do I stand right on that?
I believe so. Honestly, I'm not in there at lunch, and they don't get snack at breakfast. I think there might be like some Doritos or a fruit roll-up. or something like that they can purchase extra at lunchtime.
Okay. Does anybody got any questions?
Not for our individual. I do have some questions though. You can go sit down unless you got something else. I mean, whatever you want to
We
share.
were gonna
but-
mention too, like in the past, we used to do like really big Thanksgiving meals and like have families come in and like Christmas meals. And those haven't happened anymore, so I was just curious where those went.
Yeah, so, Aramark was supposed to be here because I had asked him to be here when, her and Ms. Thompson and I talked, and, they abandoned the post, but, that's for another conversation. I'm not sure what the details on that are. So I don't have anything else unless somebody else has anything.
Have Aramark added to the agenda for the next meeting to explain why they ignored our request to be here tonight.
Well, so something else that needs to be, reminded upon is we're contractually agreed to do this, to provide these special meals per our contract with Aramark.
And then is there a way, like the schools, or we can get a list of what the kids can get for breakfast, if they can get more, or if they want it? Is that different later? Okay, thank you.
So did the manager of the cafeteria, shouldn't they know all the guidelines as far as how much these kids can get and what exactly their choices are, or?
And that's something they've done training on. So that, after this came to light, it was found out that they weren't giving the option to choose. So then they retrained on this, and they'll continue to retrain as I always say in my office, when we know better, we do better. So that is kind of that's what they're working through, is going through that process. And to speak to the Christmas and Thanksgiving dinners, Thanksgiving dinner was done with all elementary and was offered for middle, but middle changed to doing Christmas dinners instead of Thanksgiving. So the dinners are happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Well, yeah, I was going to say something, but I was waiting since there was all the conversation. I don't think we can have an educated conversation on this without having Aramark here. Were they officially? Was it a verbal invitation, Mr. Springer? Was it an email for them to be here? And what is because it does concern me if they were prepared to be here, because a lot of the questions that you have and others might have, it would be better addressed by the person who's actually in the driver's seat, not by someone else.
So I spoke with her on the telephone about, I guess.
I apologize, Mr. Springer. When you say her, I just want to make sure who is
Amanda, the manager,
okay.
whatever she is, manager or whatever. And she told me that she was going to be here. I reminded her about this tonight, as they were getting ready to leave. And, some kind of event popped up and they needed to attend. What it was, I'm not really sure of, but I look at that like an abandonment of post, in my opinion. So that's just the way I'll put it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for you or the board to direct the superintendent to find out an answer, not before the next meeting, but I feel like the board, if what Mr. Springer is telling us, that's something that I feel like needs to be investigated and find out exactly. So if they were on schedule to come speak and then left, because I saw there was 4 or 5 Aramark staff members back there. So I can't give that direction, but I would ask the board to direct the superintendent to, I don't want to wait a whole nother month for information to be presented to us. If you're fine with a month, Mr. Springer, but I just personally, I feel like an answer needs to be given sooner and the board to contact it by email.
Yeah, I think communication was of a miss, is what I would say, from the managers at all the schools that we were getting emails about because of 2 French toast sticks was mind blowing. Why we were getting emails is one thing, but then turning around and not responding with some kind of direct response, leaving us pretty much hung out to dry.
And I would encourage any staff that might be watching this or listening at a later time to go directly to your principal with any concerns that you might have with any of these services that are contracted out. And so that way the principal can do an investigation and then contact central office, I think would probably be about the best protocol, unless Superintendent Breedlove has a different course of action.
All right, so if y'all will work on that by email, I still would like to have them here at our next meeting as well in case we've
No, I
got
do too,
questions.
Mr. Chairman. I like to have the answer before then.
I think you got a consensus on this, so, okay. Anyone else on Airmark? All right, the consent agenda. This has got, several items, so let me,
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
all right, a motion is on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns is seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, unanimous, thank you. Item 9.1, Summer Learning State Testing Plan.
Good evening, Board. The Pender County Schools is required to turn in a summer learning plan for readministration of testing. You have the document there. We're looking at providing students additional instruction prior to taking a readministration of an EOG or an EOC. Also offering credit recovery at the high schools to provide students additional learning to recover credit towards graduation if they've been previously unsuccessful in mastering content or skills to receive credit for that course. The last day for students is May 24th, and we're looking at running the early summer readministration for summer learning, May 29th to June 7th. And then we'll be testing within that window as well. If you look down further in the second page, it talks about the testing dates being June 5th, 6th, and 7th. So we'll have 3 days of testing to be able to do ELA, math, and science. For high schools, we're looking at June 12th to the 21st to allow time for credit recovery. And then we will also have testing at the high school for any EOCs, the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st. And then we also have RTA for grades 3, 4, and 5 at regional sites, Malpas Corner, Rocky Point, South Topsail, and North Topsail. That'll be 12 days of instructions for grade 3, 4, and 5. Within that June 13th to the 28th time frame. There's a required amount of time for RTA, and then also a test at the end of that as well. We're looking at notifying parents towards the end of the third rating period. Once we know the data for students, where they are, the students that may need credit recovery, especially at the high school from first semester into now the end of third rating period, and really identifying those students that need that intervention for retesting. Any questions? I can't see without them. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve this?
Make a motion to approve the summer learning state testing plan as presented.
Mr. Smith has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Good
All
evening.
right, calendar committee.
Good evening, Chair and board members again. You have in front of you the preliminary results that were shared at Cal in January, committee of the whole. We have produced 12 traditional calendars, were originally developed, 6 for each year, along with the Kinderly calendars and one PEX calendar, which I'll talk about in just a minute. The calendars were narrowed down to 2 calendars per year based on the school improvement team voting. These calendars were presented to the public for voting, which created the results that were being shared with you today. In terms of the data, there are graphs attached to the executive summary that are located within the board packet. You can see how the public voted on those.
Mr. Taylor,
as
if you
well.
don't mind, I apologize to interrupt you, but for the sake of those that possibly might be watching, parents at home that are not able to see what we're seeing,
Sure.
is there any way that that information can be broadcast on the screen? So
Yes.
if not, then I just feel like it'd be better if they could see the information you're saying.
Yes, sir. It's in the executive summary. Executive summary first.
Great. Pull it up, I'll show it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for working on this while they're doing that. I'd just say thank you for what y'all are doing to present this.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can scroll down. if you'd like. So as you can see, the votes that were cast, I can, essentially, the votes that were cast on the 24-25 provided with calendar option number 4 and calendar option number 5 for 25-26 received the most votes. You can tell by the graph that pretty substantial difference in first choice and second choice. Also with the Pender Lee calendars for 24-25 and 25-26, that was both draft or calendar 1, which you can also see on the graph there. This is on action. So the action is at the board's pleasure in terms of what they would like to do moving forward. We understand that these 2 calendars that were selected are the shortest amount of days in the calendar. So I would like to bring that to the board's attention as well.
Are we currently now with the calendars that are being presented statewide? Are we, I think our dates, aren't we already one of the least amount of instructional time for districts? I mean,
Yes,
do you
sir.
know if that's the case?
Yes, sir. We have our current calendar and the proposed calendar that has the least amount of days, the proposed 24-25, 169 total days, which is about 5 days more than the minimal acceptable requirements that the state has of 1,025 hours is the minimal.
One of the complaints from some staff was that they would be having to work more days, but they would already be there at the school. It would just be that they would be in the classroom and we would rearrange the professional development training. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Instead of having 45 work days built into the calendar, we would have 39 work days. And those 6 additional days, for example, if we went to a longer calendar, would be changed over to instructional days rather than a work day. But teachers are paid 215 days for the year. So any day between an instructional day, however many instructional days that we have, and 215 days, the rest of those are work days. So whatever calendar that is created. So if you went 175 days instead of 169 instructional days, you would see that that would be 6 less work days.
Is there any reason that staff is wanting less days whenever statistically it's proven that the more time we have to work on subjects that I think overall the testing scores do go up. Is there any particular reason that they're giving?
I have not received any, Mr. Taylor.
I didn't know if any had reached out to you.
Other than the feedback we've received from school improvement teams and from the general public. That's the only feedback we've received thus far.
Out of 2,748 responses, do we have a percentage of what responses? That's not really a large considering all the stakeholders that we have.
Correct.
So what basics of percentage, I guess, stakeholder wise, that 2,000 compared to actually how many people that we could be polling for information. So, do we have like a number? Is that 20%, 25%? I know it can't be, I know it's not a high percentage.
We have 11,000 students in the district.
Okay.
We have one member of the parental unit.
So out of 11,000, we only had less than 3,000 people respond.
Sure.
And does that include teachers also, or is that just?
Teachers had an option.
Okay.
Yes, they did.
In looking at the various options, and correct me if my understanding is not correct, it seems as though we got 4 options that were being proposed tonight, right? And the options that yield the most instructional days are the January testing options. Is that right? And the ones that yield the fewest number of instructional days are the December testing options.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that for us and everyone else that's watching, as far as, I understand that, Dr. Breedlove, you're going to argue, well, I want more instructional time.
Yes, sir.
But that would require January testing. If you could explain that, I think it would be helpful.
Sure. Instead of the end of the first semester being prior to the December holiday break, we would extend the semester into January. Approximately 80% or more of the school systems that are out there do extend their first semester into January. And so that would end up adding instructional days to the first semester, thus balancing both first semester and second semester.
What does that look like as far as the calendar? So are you saying that we'd have a shorter Christmas break, or how does that manifest? Because I still think we're missing a link as far as if you just test in January versus December, how does that equate to us having, essentially 10 additional days is what I'm looking at, or I guess 8, or something like that, depending on which calendar you choose.
Yes, sir. I am unaware that it is a smaller, it may be a day or 2 days, but I am unaware that it would decrease the amount of time off.
Where do the
around
days come from
holidays. Work days, additional work days that are built into the calendar.
Okay.
There's a trade-off of some work days that became instructional days in the first calendar, which is what Dr. Breedlove was mentioning as a possible option for the calendar that actually tests in December.
Can you pull up the calendars on the slides? I think it's yeah, there you go. So the work days are highlighted in yellow, right? So I'm trying to find out where these 8 days come from. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at, I guess it doesn't look like they're coming from December or January, right? Because I don't see any yellow highlighted blocks there. So why do we need, I guess what I'm saying is, why is it possible that we could potentially still convert the work days into instructional days and still have December testing?
There is a number of, I believe, days that you have to have by state law, right? And I'm not certain that you could do the required days and have December testing at the same time. Kevin, Mr. Taylor, could you? Can we have Ms. Fuller come up? She is
Sure,
our
yeah, absolutely.
resident expert in
Whomever-
the
whomever
calendar.
can illuminate
Yes.
our,
and,
yeah,
and maybe she might be able to
discussion.
answer that better. So why don't we do that?
Tag.
And if it's a dumb question, tell me.
No, sir.
You know.
No, it's not. So yellow are the mandatory days, and then blue are the optional days. So if you look for December, is this traditional? So instead of getting out on the 19th, we could add 2 more additional days here. The 5th, as we know, is a voting day, and they use our school campuses. So I know that was a recommendation by the board, was to make that where students were not in. There's no letter training, correct?
There is, no state aid training, but we still have to train teachers as they come.
Okay. And some of the feedback from staff was after each of the 9 weeks to have a work day so they could plan and be ready for the second 9 weeks. So if you look at first semester, without breaking calendar law, there's nowhere really, except for these 2 days here in December, to add.
And this is, can you scroll up? I just want to see which, is this draft 2? Okay, thank you.
And we've not always tested in December, is that correct? In my understanding, if I'm thinking back in the past, we have tested.
Yes, sir.
Is there a benefit? Has there been research done on if the testing in December, are they higher scores compared to testing in January?
We have, we've actually, yeah, I can pull it.
And I don't have to have I mean, I won't hold you guilty if you can't give me an exact percentage, but I'm just, is January higher than December? Is December higher than, I mean, which one would you say?
January
So,
testing.
okay, so, because the excuse or what I'm hearing is that we want to test in December because it's all fresh and we already know it, but you're saying in the past, January got higher testing.
Sure.
Okay.
Whenever COVID hit and the hurricane hit,
So that was the big change.
that's when it changed. We came back from the hurricane and we moved exams into, I believe, February.
Correct.
Yeah, we moved, because we had missed a month of school, we moved exams into February after Hurricane Florence. The following calendar was put in place for testing in December after that. So the testing before that, if we look at sheer data, the scores were a little bit higher in the January testing windows.
And speaking of calendars, Pender School, based on year-round, they're the only one year-round we have in our district. Is their testing or their performance higher based on being year-round? I mean, is that proven that that's a model that we need to all be going to? Or is it just, I mean, is it just more based on tradition?
There's not a whole lot of data out there that would support the way we do that calendar right now, and the way that is operating right now is benefiting our students.
Well, I'm just struggling with voting on 2 different calendars and then having the 3-tier bell schedule and everything else. I mean, I just want to make sure that we do have, that we're benefiting students. I think we're all at this table here. We all wanting to do what's best for those students, and I guess I'm just shocked that, well, maybe I'm not shocked that people want fewer days in school. So,
Mr. Taylor, if you could, and maybe this question's already been asked while I was stepped out for a second. How many makeup days did we have last year that had to be made up due to wind or water or whatever? There wasn't
We had
any.
bank days.
There was no makeup days?
We have bank days, yes, sir. We have bank days built in, banked hours built in, so that we can accommodate the occasional hurricane or ice storm that we get.
Okay. So what if we moved the start date up a week?
That breaks calendar law.
Mr. Lawyer, if I can, I mean, the law is pretty contradictory in my opinion, and you may want to elaborate on this. But if we go with more days or something of that nature, we're going to be, it says the board it's the direction of the board to formulate the calendar. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so if we bump it up a week, Where are we at?
You're violating the calendar law, and it gets reported to DPI. Now, what DPI does with that is my understanding from the general counsel from the state board is that she reports your names to the heads of the education committee of both the House and the Senate because they've asked to have that information reported to them. What they're going to do with it, I can't tell you. But
there is a penalty, though. I mean, you can tell us that.
Well, I have been
I
told.
mean, because
there's-
I assume if there's a law, there has to be a penalty if you break the law.
Well, there's no penalty written into the law.
Oh, so there's no penalty then? Okay.
There's
So
no penalty
it's
written-
just on your best behavior. We prefer you to do this now.
Yeah, it's the fact that I can't advise you to violate the law, right? That's part of my job, is because you swore an oath to uphold the laws of the state of North Carolina, and so did I. And so if you choose to violate the law, that's up to you. But the fact that there are lots of people also violating the law right now is the reality that I think we should all understand. There are at least 19 school districts in the state of North Carolina that are currently passing calendars that do not comply with the calendar law.
And I wouldn't advise us as a board. I don't care if every district breaks the law. That's not I don't think we need to be setting that, pattern just because everybody goes to McDonald's and orders supersized their meal. We don't need to be doing just because everybody else does it. There's consequences. And what are we saying to our students? Oh, we're just going to break whatever laws we don't agree with.
Well, what I would say that, Mr. Smith, is I understand what the law is, but it also says it's the direction of the board to formulate the calendar.
Oh, yeah, based on not starting before a certain date.
That's right.
And I'm not defending, I think that this is a conversation that our state representatives need to be, that's where we need to be advocating with them, because then what happens then, and it puts us in a position that it makes us look like we're either the good guys or the bad guys, and all this becomes some kind of political statements, and that's ridiculous. I mean, we're having to govern by what they're telling us.
That's right.
But, I mean, if I'm saying something wrong, just correct me. I mean,
No, I think the calendar law requires you to approve the calendar, and it gives you a start date and an end date. I mean, that's the way it's written. And so, with that being said, whatever direction the board chooses to go with their calendar, the thing I would say is, it's not as if the leaders of the House and Senate aren't paying attention, is my understanding. What they're going to do about that, I don't have the foggiest idea because nobody's willing to say or commit it publicly, and frankly, they're not in session yet.
well, let me just make a public statement, and if so, because this to me is just, if we do this and we break this law, then I'm going to tell you, then the students that don't show up on them days they don't supposed to, we should not hold them accountable for absences if that's the case. Now, if we want to break the law, but then you do not, we should not, and I will not ever penalize a student. And if that's what the path that we're about to go down, penalizing their attendance, and we're big on attendance right now, which we should be, then we need to be getting a group of us together to go to Raleigh and lobby for this. But that's just, opinion. What do y'all want to do? I mean, y'all want to, this is a decision we as a board, so, and I understand what Mr. Springer, I mean, it's foolish, have a law, but then no teeth to it. I understand where he's getting at, but.
Well, not only that, they have a law that's, succumbs to the whole state. What goes on in the mountains in Cherokee?
Yeah.
They have snow days. We don't see snow in the.
Not as
coastal-
regular, we
coastal
do
plains,
see,
right.
yeah, I understand.
And I had a conversation with Mr. Berger in Greensboro here a while back, and it didn't turn out to anything of any fruition, is what I will say in the public. Dr. Breedlove and I talked about this, and I will say I have talked with a lot of staff members, and they are on board with a December testing. Even some of the principals as well. I understand your point, and I understand that basing the testing, Mr. Taylor, on coming back to rearrange because of because of the Chinese flu and having to do the testing afterwards, it should have went right, in my opinion, it should have been reverted right back. But I wasn't here then. I can't speak for the ones that were on the board. So now we're in this dilemma, and hopefully we can get through it.
Do you want to, does a decision have to be made tonight? I think one board member had asked that in an email. Does the decision are we required, do you want one to be made tonight, or what are you wanting us to do? Is this something that has to be done now?
We would appreciate a decision tonight, obviously. And it's not just for us, it's for our families that plan vacations and plan things in the summer and plan things around spring break. They can't make those plans until we make a decision. I did want to speak one more thing to your point about the testing. We did, Ms. Fuller was able to pull this data. In 16-17, we had January testing. Composite math scores were 65.4. English 2 scores were 60.5. And biology scores were 57.2.
What was that last category?
57.2 biology.
What was the category?
Biology.
Okay, I apologize.
17-18, we tested in January and June, 62.4 for math, 1 and 3. That became a accountability measure that year. English 2 was 61, biology was 58. Then we had the testing in February and June because of the flood. You can see the scores dropped to 51.7, 48.2, 61, and 58 respectively across the board for math 1, math 3, English 2, and biology.
And that was what year?
That was 18-19.
18-19, thank you.
19-20, we only had fall semester testing that year, and we tested in January. There's no data for that. They didn't count. I mean, they counted. There was no accountability measure. Then 20 and 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, December and May. I'll just pick out math, 33.7, 38.3, and 49.7.
So did you just state that the scores went down by 40%, essentially? From 62 down to 37?
Yes, sir. Okay. From 51 to previous.
The point you're trying to make is you're attributing some of that to December versus January testing.
We're also attributing some of that, I'm not going to lie to you, we're going to attribute some of that to COVID and
Right.
to
Loss of face-to-face.
and to the loss of instructional time from Hurricane Florence. I mean, you can't isolate those things out of existence.
Right, but you're bringing it up in a calendar discussion, so I'm trying to infer
Sure.
that you're making an argument, at least that some of it is attributable to moving from January to December testing. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bringing it up, right?
Correct.
Just to remind the board, we have 7 state designated low-performing schools. Obviously, from the data, we have not recovered from COVID. We are looking for I am looking for as much instructional time that we can possibly get. I can't replicate outside the classroom of what happens inside the classroom with our highly qualified teachers. We all believe in our teachers. We believe in what they stand for and what they do each and every day, and they're working extremely hard. As a superintendent, why wouldn't I want our students to have the most possible instructional days that we can get with our highly qualified teachers? I'm putting them on a pedestal because we can't do it from sitting at home on work days. Our teachers need work days. Don't get me wrong. Professional development is important. We've seen a lot of professional development. But we also know it doesn't come at the expense of instructional days. We would all love to test in December, but not at the expense of instructional days. That's where the line is drawn. And yes, it is the General Assembly that has a calendar law that does not work, quite frankly. But whatever the board's decision is, we will take whatever days that you all give us, and we will make the most out of those days. We will continue to make progress. And I just want the board to know that, and I want our community to know that. We're doing it because we want our students. Our doors are open, and we want our students in our schools. That's why I've said what I've said from the very beginning. But regardless of that, whatever the board decides, whatever calendar that we end up going with, we will do the very best that we can do each and every day that you give us with our students. Thank you.
The biggest struggle I have in all this is I feel like we're holding up the school calendar law as this golden idol. And I get that we don't want to violate state law. But I have heard from hundreds of parents that they do not want January testing. And so it is difficult for me to reconcile that, well, we say that we have to obey what those legislators in Raleigh tell us, but I couldn't care less that you want December testing. So we're going to force January testing on you anyway. That does not make sense to me. And I understand what you're saying as far as we want more instructional days. And so I don't know that I got a good answer to my question, or maybe I didn't hear it, which was, is it possible that and I understand it yields a less balanced calendar. Okay, I get that. But is it possible that we could still have more instructional days and convert some of these work days into instructional days while still keeping December testing? Because like the days that you pointed out, for example, like on December 24th, the 19th, and the 20th, you know, can we still do December testing and have those days, or does that preclude us from doing that?
That would include the 5-day window for testing, the 19th and the 20th. So this.
I don't understand the answer, I'm sorry.
The first calendar was January, so let's go to December since that's the one we're talking about. Okay, so if you look in September, there's no work days there. Okay, if you look in October, October the 21st is an early release day. So students are coming to school for half a day, and then there's professional development planned for that afternoon. Okay. November the 5th, election. Okay, so let's scroll down some more. November 27th is the holiday. You have to have 11 holidays. So we can move that holiday somewhere else. And then the latest that we're going for students is the 20th.
What Ms. Fuller was saying is the 16th through the 20th will be testing days.
Correct. We have a 5-day testing window. And it's the last 5 days of the
So what you're
semester.
saying is that when you put testing into January, that the 16th through the 20th in that specific calendar would turn into instructional days?
Correct. Yes. So these are testing days for our high school.
That doesn't create more instructional days, it just creates a more balanced calendar, right?
Well, it's still considered an instructional day because you still have elementary and middle school kids going to school counting as instruction. But for our high school, this is their testing day because it's the end of the semester. And policy says it has to be the last 5 days of your semester for testing to occur. So like you might have first period testing in the morning till 12 o'clock. Then you would go to second period for instruction, so you could take your second period exam on Tuesday.
You're only taking one test a day?
Yes. It's a 4-hour test. One test is 4 hours.
State mandated test?
Yes. And then that's not including your students who get extended time. So there's time and a half, double time, triple time. So you have some kids who can take one test over multiple days.
So like October 21st and December 20th, we could convert those to full-time days, right?
Yes.
And that would yield one instructional day if those are both half days, as I'm currently reading the calendar, right?
Well, they're getting count for, if you come a half day, it counts as the whole day. But we go by hours and not days.
Right. Well, but my point is, if we're trying to achieve December testing, so we're compromising, right? We're trying to respect what I would consider to be an overwhelming parent interest in December testing, with the superintendent's desire for additional instruction, so we convert these half days to full days. So if you add the 2 half days together, you have 1 additional day, which is better than nothing, right?
Good. And our staff was asking for a professional development day after the 9 weeks to finalize grades, finalize things, and start the second 9 weeks. So that's why the 21st was a half day.
If we eliminate the 21st and 21st of October and the 20th of December, there's not a work day in there.
There's no work day, right.
To be able for staff to plan without students in the building.
And I also think one of the original reasons that we went to December testing was also because of dual enrollment in our high schools with Cape Fear Community College, because the December testing align with Cape Fear Community College's schedule. And could we, if for some reason, if we did go to January testing, how would we align with CFCC's schedule?
Same as Onslow does and others that are any system across the state. It doesn't align perfectly. We will have to work with our students as they finish up 1 semester in high school and start the second semester, at the same time, they're starting a second semester at the Cape Fear Community College. But the community colleges do work with our school systems, but it does take it's a little give and a little take on our part to make it work.
No, it's
But
some
we will
juggling.
always make the decisions in the best interest of our students to make sure that they have the time to be able to do what they need to do.
Anybody else? So, Brandon, I guess for this motion, it would need to state which option to choose, correct?
Yes, sir. And if you're, approving the one for the traditional calendar, Pender Lee, you have to select whatever
Well,
options.
it's on the agenda as one item, so it's gonna have to include both for one vote.
Yes,
right?
well, I mean, you can, the motion could certainly split it up into multiple votes, but I think the recommendation is for it to be one vote.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve the December testing traditional calendars. I believe as they're in the agenda packet, those would be draft number 4 for calendar 24-25, and draft number 5 for 25-26.
I got a question, Ms. Cordero.
And Penderly.
Calendar, the recommendation is calendar 1, or at least that's the number that got the most votes.
Okay, yes, and I'll include that, the calendar for Penderly that contained the most votes, which is, what calendar number? Help me.
1.
1, thank you. I got it now, thank you.
If I may interject, you would need to include Pender Early College too. The reason why they don't have 2 calendars is because Cape Fear Community College's calendar for the 25-26 year is not available. So they only go with 1 year at a time.
Oh, okay.
They essentially have to mirror because those kids are taking so many classes at Cape Fear. So just be aware that there's only 1 calendar for them at the moment.
And to approve the only calendar that was recommended for Pender Early College. Mr. Springer, please.
Dr. Brillo, do we know how many students right now are utilizing the tutoring?
Or utilizing, say that again?
The tutoring across the county, do we know how many students are utilizing the tutoring? And I ask this because if we got a lot of kids using tutoring, I would be, it would make more sense, obviously, in my opinion, to, obviously extend the instructional time, right? But if we got bare minimum utilizing or?
I think
have
they're
it-
using it quite a bit, but I can get the numbers to the board. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, no, sir, but we certainly can get that information to you.
Okay.
All right. we got a-
Second the motion.
Ms. Burns is seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that was 2 ayes. And we have 2 nays as well.
I say aye.
Or was it? Oh, okay. Was that unanimous? I didn't hear.
No, I hadn't voted, sir.
Okay, so, all right. Any noes?
No.
Okay. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just, Dr. Breedlove, I understand your concerns. I think staff is trying to make a comment, and I think you're right to bring up the learning loss from COVID, Mr. Taylor, in the calendar discussion, but I think at the end of the day, we've given you a mandate, right? We've approved a calendar for you, and I think it's important to emphasize quality as much as possible. It shocked me to learn when you stated that, and I calculated it was like 40.5% reduction in test scores after COVID. And, I get there's a lot of that, but certainly I think the quality of the instruction is probably more important than the quantity. And I'm not saying we don't have quality instruction, but I think to the extent that you might be able to bring best practices from your other places of employment, et cetera, to Pender County schools to improve the quality of instruction, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Proud of our teachers each and every day, and we are making progress. Every year, we're seeing that growth. Last year, we had tremendous progress, and we will continue that trend line, and thank you very much. I appreciate the board.
And I would like to add, Mr. Chairman, if possible, there needs to be some investigation of getting together some type of steering committee to do some outreach to these legislatures to go on what Mr. Springer was saying. Because we can be here in this meeting all night long and talk about, oh, wouldn't it be great to do X, Y, and Z? But unless we're going to put some shoes and actually go and do it, then it's empty talk. So I would hope that we can possibly, Mr. Chairman, you and the superintendent or whoever you would like to pick, that we can start building some relationships there, so we're not put in this predicament again.
Mr. Smith, I totally agree with that. I think that it definitely would be nice to be able to go up to Raleigh, talk to them, and advocate for what we need on
And I respect the
boots on
board,
the ground
and I
level.
respect the board voting, but just like the superintendent said, we're in the education business. I do respect what the parents have asked, so, and I support the board's decision. Thank you.
All right, 9.3. Payment request.
Good evening. This request is for the third installment for payment for the design build initial contract. And staff is requesting approval for the payment. This installment covers 100% of the schematic design and approximately 20% of the design development. The schematic design was the presentation this evening, and we're moving from those changes in schematic design to design development.
I make a motion to approve the new K-8 design bill payment request as presented by staff.
All right. Mr. Smith has motioned. Mr. Cordero has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the MDF, IDF fiber cable upgrades as presented in our packets.
All right. Mr. Smith's made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Burns has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right. Unanimous. Thank you. 9.5, three-tier bail schedule.
The last item for consideration this evening on the action agenda for operations is the three-tier bill schedule proposal for the 24-25 school year. Due to continued growth of our schools and the current demand on our student transportation program, we are recommending a transition to a three-tier bill schedule in an effort to increase the efficiency of the current capital and human resources available. Presentation previously shown to the committee of the whole. I'll just quickly go through some of the goals that we had is to develop the comprehensive multi-tier bill schedule that supports and promotes an atmosphere of academic excellence for all students, protects the instructional time by ensuring safe and on-time transportation services, address the significant bus driver and monitor personnel shortage, and to increase employment of more full-time drivers and monitors, and to decrease the current need for established daily doubles. Some of the task force, internal task force concerns were afternoon childcare for the elementary students. We have discussed that in consideration of expanding the PACES program, which is provided at our elementary schools. Staff and childcare conflicts. This happens at numerous districts across the state, and principals will need to work with.
Mr. Taylor, can I stop you a minute?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Taylor?
I don't have any based on what I've done investigation of.
All right, do we have a motion for approval for this?
I have several questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. So one of the main questions I think that I've heard from parents that I have had myself is, can you explain why it's not possible or not workable to have bell schedules that vary by geographic region? Specifically, why does Topsail High School and the Topsail feeder pattern need to be on the same bell schedule as the Pender High, or Penderley feeder pattern, for example?
One primary reason would be the shared drivers and buses that transition from one attendance zone to another. For example, specifically, Mr. Bannerman drives for South Topsail Elementary, and once he completes his route, he then drives a Heidi Trask High School route. That's one example. Additionally, our middle schools are all competing against one another, therefore their dismissal times and the start time for extracurricular activities are important for consistency. High school times need to be consistent in order for us to continue to match our academic opportunities for our Cape Fear Community College offerings. Those are just 3 examples of why the consistency across the district would be important.
Okay. Is there a reason why we can't have the campuses that are unified, like Cape Fear, Surf City, the K-8 campuses, Penderley, dismissed at the same time? A lot of parents have expressed concerns. I moved to the community because I understood that the K-8 was going to, have a unified dismissal, and that helps me because of my work-life situation, et cetera. So I was wondering if you could speak to that as well.
Yes, sir.
Why is that not possible to have the same dismissal time?
Penderley is kind of separate because that's actually one LEA code. That school is a K-8 school setting, and it's not separated in elementary and middle school. So that's separate. I think you're primarily talking about Surf City Elementary, Cape Fear Elementary, and possibly Topsail Annandale and Topsail Middle. Currently, transportation requirements for buses are based on student counts, and you have to use the highest grade level student for maxing out those buses. So, for example, our current Thomas C2 buses hold 72 elementary kids. We can only put 60 students on that bus because we also allowed our 6th through 8th grade students to ride them. So every time, but basically every 5 buses, we could gain an additional route by having 12 less elementary students on the route. Furthermore, it allows for the queuing examples that were brought up earlier. I mean, we can get more traffic off of the main thoroughfares. The situation at Surf City, for example, the significant amount of traffic that's built up on Literacy Lane, Perkins Road, and what's the cut through? There's a cut through. Education Drive. So, I mean, that would be the reasoning behind that, sir.
Another concern I received was about the high school start time of 9 a.m. Can you speak to why staff decided that? Why is that advantageous? Can you help us?
We do not necessarily think it's advantageous, sir, but based on last year's feedback and in particular the presentation town halls we did, there was a mandate that basically we not start school any earlier than 7:30. From what we gathered, the middle schools in particular thought that was still too early, so we did not start anything before 7:30, but we gave everybody an option except the high schools for a 7:30 start because of the expansive territory for the attendance zone. Basically, right now, we have elementary students getting on the bus around 5:40. If we were to put high schools at a 7:30 start, They would be getting on the bus around 4:50, 4:54, I think is the earliest pickup time. So we didn't put high schools first. Why we put them on there as again, it's an option. We were trying to just come up with options for our parents to look at. We do not believe, staff-wise, that a 9 o'clock start time for a high school is appropriate based on the interconnectivity with CFCC and the athletics and that are played in different districts, because those schools get out earlier than 4 o'clock. Does that answer your question,
It
sir?
does, thank you,
It's
yes.
kind of multifaceted there.
Right.
I was trying to capture the why we don't start high schools at 7:30 and also why.
And so high level, this is going to help us with our transportation issues because some of the comments that were made at the last meeting were we're already 100% efficient or near 100%
Sure.
efficient. So what are we gaining by doing this? If you could help clarify that for us as well.
When I first took this role in 2022, we received, I actually lost count, and I'm sure the board continues to receive emails regarding doubles. I'm sure you, at the beginning of this school year, received numerous emails and phone calls regarding doubles. Parents don't want their kids to go to school and sit in the cafeteria and wait. We don't have any other options other than doubles if we don't move to a different tiered bill schedule. So one of the primary, sir?
How many doubles do we have? How many doubles do we currently have?
Based on a report we ran the other day, we have 19 doubles in the morning and 21 in the afternoon.
And how many would we have under the new schedule or any of the proposed schedules?
Last year, based on all the scenarios that we ran, we knew we were going to be able to eliminate at least 14 doubles. So there's still going to be some, and realistically, because I do want to maintain the efficiency rating, because that's where we get our significant amount of funding from the state, obviously. Actually, transportation is a fully state-funded program, unless we overspend in fuel and things of that nature. There's a neighborhood, for those of you who are familiar with North Topsail Elementary, there's a neighborhood directly across the street. In many school systems, those kids would never be allowed to ride a bus. But in Pender County, we choose to provide those students with transportation. Well, it's a 5-minute ride across the street to pick up a group of kids. Obviously, we don't want to do a 30-minute pre-trip on a bus, run a 10-minute route, and then do another 30-minute post-trip, right? So you run that short route, and then you go out and pick up a longer route. So for at North Topsail, for example, I don't foresee us getting rid of those doubles because it's too convenient to run to those neighborhoods that are really close. But doubles that take 30, 40 minutes, I would like to see us eliminate those. Parents, I think, would like to see us eliminate those as well, based on the concerns that have been shared with me for the last 2 years.
That's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I got a couple questions. Paces, what kind of details have we got worked out with Paces thus far?
According to Ms. Lawson, she has staff that she will continue to work with. We will work with our principals. One of the issues in the past has been space, but we know that our principals are eager to have some relief for our instructional assistants and et cetera. Therefore, we know we're willing to work to expand our PACES program to provide services for our family.
Are we sure that we will have enough employees for PACES?
Ms. Lawson is very, very certain that she's going to have the employees. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How about this new three-tier bell schedule? Three-tier bell schedule. How is it going to affect the new school? What's the hours going to be on that one with the bus route?
Well, we're not there yet, sir. We will not draw attendance zones until we have our 25 20-day count, which will give us our geocoding of where our students live and the age groups.
So it's possible we're going to change the bell schedule now, and then 2 years from now, we're going to do it again?
That's not what happens in other districts that use the system across the state, sir. Those schools will then fall into the same bell schedules that are currently provided for those grade spans. That's school systems that have used the three-tier bell schedule for 15, 20 years. Johnston County's probably built, I would say, 10 schools since the three-tier bell schedule was adopted. And they do not redo bell schedules because 2 new schools come online, those schools fall into the current bill schedule structure.
Okay, getting to the corporate of the problem, how many new drivers have we recruited in the past year?
I don't have that number for you, sir.
Okay.
I
Do
can
we
get
have
that
any,
for you.
do we have any, in training right now?
We do have some that are in training or awaiting testing with the 2 shared DMV testers that we have with Brunswick County and New Hanover County. The state assigns 2 test, 2 evaluators for the 3-county area.
So how many do we have testing?
I can't tell you the exact number, sir. I can get you that number, I just don't have it with me tonight.
So is it possible, once we get those on board, we can not have to worry about a 3-tier because we're going to have more drivers?
Well, in order to eliminate 19 doubles, for example,
We'll have to have 19 drivers, right?
we'd have to have 19 buses and 19 drivers. And we
So we don't-
currently only have 5 buses that are parked. We can't afford 14 new buses.
Oh, so we're down buses too. Okay, I didn't know we
We're
were
not
down.
down buses, but we've never had the need to expand the buses because we've never had enough drivers to actually continue to put them on the road. And the more buses you add, without increasing student transportation, you're reducing your efficiency rating.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Our recommendation would be for A, I didn't type that in there. Option A, I apologize, would be our recommendation for consideration for the board.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
We did not have a motion on the floor, correct, Mr. McPherson? I thought, yep. So the motion would need to say which, would it need to, it would just need to be to approve as presented. Is that correct?
I feel, I mean, that would be the motion, unless the board doesn't want to address this at all.
Yeah. Okay, well, would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the 3-tier bell schedule.
Okay.
You wouldn't need the motion if we don't, if we don't address this, it'd automatically die on the vine. Is that correct? I mean, no, he can make whatever, I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Yeah, that's the case.
Would you like it revisited or anything, or just motion to not do it in this form? Is that what we're?
Whatever the board, I mean, it's open, I'm open for discussion on it.
I mean, if you'll make an amendment or you just rescind your motion, I mean, my idea would be to direct staff to go back to the drawing board and come up with some options that include a unified calendar for the K-8 campuses and also potential variations in the eastern and western portions of the county. And obviously, in order to do that or to formulate those options, you would need to meaningfully engage the parents and staff holder or other stakeholders like staff, et cetera, in those geographic areas. But just based on the feedback, I think a one-size-fits-all solution in the way it's been proposed is not going to work for Pender County. That's mine.
So
that a motion?
I'm sorry. One more thing, Mr. Taylor, you stand right there and answer the question if you want. How come the west side has to coincide with the east side? Why do we have to change on the west side because of the east side fluctuation of
Sir, I think
population?
I addressed that earlier when I spoke about the athletics and things, but I believe that we need to address things in Pender County as a systems perspective. Limiting and continuing to separate the east and the west is providing opportunities for us not to be as successful as we ought to be.
Okay, thanks, sir. Yeah, I'm willing to amend the,
Yeah. So again, my amendment would be direct staff to develop further options to include unified calendar, unified bell schedules for K-8 campuses, and then also the option for variations between the east and the west.
yep.
Okay, so you're going to amend your motion, Mr. Springer? for
So
that,
I'll
or-
second it, yeah.
Okay.
If you accept these amendments.
I accept the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Springer has made the motion, Mr. Cordero has seconded. All in favor of that motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. All right, comments from board members. Mr. Cordero, start with you.
I yield. I have nothing, sir. I just want to thank the teachers for everything they do every day. I know it's been a hard start to the semester for some, and I just want to appreciate everything that teachers do. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Burns,
No comment tonight, thank you.
Mr. Springer.
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Well, I feel kind of weird even making comments since y'all have been so quiet. But I will, so be different. I was able to attend the Blueberry Festival and saw the principal from Heidi Trask High School and a group of about 25 or so students that were there participating and volunteering, and also teachers. So it was great to see them being part of that community event here in Burgaw for the Blueberry Festival. And I know that they were very hard workers and just proud to see what they're doing. Also, with the comments about the bus drivers, we need to note that February 12th through the 16th is Bus Driver Appreciation Week. And currently, right now, based on my last looking, we have 650,000 students that use school buses throughout North Carolina. And that's approximately 14,104 buses, give or take. And so I'm just very appreciative. Hopefully we can get at some kind of fairs, career fairs, and others pushing the information out with pay and other resources, trying to recruit more bus drivers for Pender County schools. But those that we do already have, thank you this week. Also, I would like to ask that the staff, when they have opportunity, if they could give the board a status update on the new well at West Pender. If they're not able to do that tonight, that's fine, but just if they could let the board know at some point what the status is. And then finally, probably the most important thing that I'd like to say tonight is that we all need to be aware of something that's happening on February 24th. It's very concerning. And what that is Miss Lisa Nowen's birthday. And she's not told everyone that. But thank you for what you're doing. I know you got a birthday coming up, so I just wanted to wish you, on behalf of the entire board, happy birthday, and thank you for the service that you give to the board and to Pender County Schools. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. McPherson. Dr. Breedlove.
Thank you. Some good news. We missed it, but I want to recognize our school counselors. School counseling week was last week, February 5th through the 9th, and just want to give a shout out to our counselors. We appreciate that group of leaders in our schools as well. They do so much for our students and our families and our staff.
You bet.
February is also Black History Month. Pender County Schools is celebrating this month. Inspiring story, if you check out, Mr. Frank Bonner did a story on Kaintuck Rosenwald School that was built in 1921 in Curie, North Carolina. February is also CTE month, and on February 29th, we will celebrate CTE through a job shadowing day in Pender County Schools. That's a big day for us. February, February is also Love the Bus month, as Mr. Smith stated. This is the month that we celebrate not just our bus drivers, but we also want to celebrate our entire transportation department as well. We're so proud of the work that our drivers and mechanics and staff and specialists do each and every day for our district, and want to make sure that we give them a huge shout out as well. On Saturday, February 17th, Heidi Trask High School will be hosting Elementary Science Olympiad. I want to wish all participants much success. It's going to start at 8:30 in the morning, and the awards ceremony will be around 2 p.m. that afternoon. I also want to recognize Pender Lee, West Pender Middle, and you saw members from Pender High School earlier. And those students participated in the 2024 National Beta State Convention in Greensboro. Congratulations to all three of those schools. We had students, as you heard, won awards, first place, second place, third place awards. Just a shout out to them. Also on March 1st, we have our EC formal that will take place here in Pender County. It'll be at Topsail High School. Want to recognize that. That will be a great day. Monday, March 4th, 2024 through March 8th, 2024. Pender County schools will be on spring break. That's coming up, and that includes both the early college and Pender Lee School. On March 14th, Pender County Board of Commissioners is having their district, their county meeting. We will, Pender County Schools will be presenting around 7:00 p.m. to the county commissioners at that time. And board, let me see, March 15th, also the Superintendent Advisory Council will be meeting at Pender Early College. That's my chance to meet with students there. And then lastly, but not least, our next scheduled board meeting is on March the 19th at 6 p.m. It's a regular Board of Education meeting. And so, board, that concludes Superintendent's report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have another motion to go into closed session?
Make a motion to go into closed session.
All right.
Do you want to read it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I move that the board enter into closed session subject to the advice from the attorney pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318-11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information under GS 115C-319 and to consider matters relating to personnel matters. The board will also enter into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A3 to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential student matters as provided in NC General Statute 143.318.11A1 and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, and U.S. General Statute 115C-402.
All right, Ms. Burns has made the motion, and I think Mr. Springer seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Closed session.
And we are now out of closed session. Would anyone like to make a motion to come out of closed session?
I'll make a motion to come out of closed session.
Second.
I'll
Okay.
make another motion to approve the HR report and also to approve the closed session minutes and keep them closed.
Thank
Second
you.
to motion.
Thank you. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor,